All right. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Thursday. Uh, okay. Where am I and why am I here? I don't actually know why I was at this part of the base. I have no recollection. So last time on Tuesday, I spent a bunch of time getting Tufras and Kickalks set up so that those can start to bootstrap. We've got Kickalks going here. We can see that the seeds have started to back up. And similarly, Tufras ended up on rails because they have a lot more inputs. And they're here, and again, you can see the modules aren't actually built out for most of these yet, but they will start to, as these back up, they'll eventually run. It's gonna take a little while for all this to back up, but eventually I'll swing by. There will be a pile of potatoes here, and I can put them into the machines as they bootstrap. The other thing that we worked on was fish and getting fish up and running. So we have fish here. We have, fish is an output. I have no idea what this output is. I think this is... Yeah, it'll be biocrud, because the eggs can decay into biocrud. Yeah. We just haven't had any egg decay yet. Yet being the operative word. So that would be biocrud there. And then we also do have on the fish feeds into this system. Did I actually set up the request for fish? I did. And that will give us fish oil eventually. So that is, looking at our to-do list, that was everything that was prerequisites for Korlex was done last week. Or not last week, on Tuesday. This week. But the Tufras and the Kickalks are going to take a while to kind of get themselves really going. These machines don't even have full modules in them yet. So until these are ready to go, I'm not really ready to start doing full Korlex. I'm just going to let the Kickalks and the Tufras run for a couple of hours today, and we'll do Korlex later, which means we need to figure out what to do in the meantime, which of course brings us over to YAFC. So YAFC-wise, I went over this page a little bit last time, but this is like the master. Glassware's built. I can turn that off. Cyanic acid is built. Ammonia is built. Urea is built. Rubber is built. Fish rendering happens. Fish happens. Basically, this is everything that feeds into the science packs that needs to be built, like, separately on rails for us to have all of the science production actually happening on rails. So we can see as we go in here, we're going to have some fairly expensive things, and like ultimately getting mechanical parts and circuit boards on rails, which were like the capstones of our previous era, are now just things that we have to do. And I think in service of kind of getting... We don't need a lot for science, but obviously we're building at rail scale, so things will get done. Let's see, artificial blood is built. Ogs are done, manure's done. We do still need to do cotton guts. We don't need full render ogs. We have petri dishes. Tufras are actually built. Anyway, these are the things kind of as we go through and find the inputs to science that we need to build. We need to just get them built out. So the order of operations here doesn't really matter. We have a bunch of foundational, fundamental stuff that we just have to get done. You know, if we look at the mechanical parts build, this is really just a bunch of assemblers, right? And you know, it inputs every metal that we have, plus some other random stuff. So we'll need to get this. Some of this stuff isn't on rails yet. All of the alloys are not on rails yet, so we need to do that. How much SPM am I doing? I am scaling for... I can switch this to per minute instead of per second. Not a lot. A whopping 12 SPM. Is my target for the PySci 2 level. But obviously that involves getting Logi Science up to 24 SPM, whereas right now it's at 8 SPM in the current base. And then the other packs, I mean, I think scaling PyScience 1 and automation is trivial at this point in the game. I'm not too worried about either of those. But yeah, getting Logi-Sci up to 24 SPM is... Yeah, it's a little weird, and it does consume different amounts of each science. So for PySci 2, that's 2 factories doing PySci 2. Because when I looked at one factory for Logi Science is 8 SPM. And that's what I'm at right now. I scaled to 8 SPM when I did Logi Science. But going down to 6 SPM for PyScience 2 seemed like it was likely to just slow science down, so I'm going for 2 research centers doing PySci 2, and then scaling all the rest of the sciences to that with the, whatever it is, 1, 2, 3, 6, I guess is the scale. And we can see that in game. The way Pi does science packs is a little bit funky, right? But if we go to our something that uses, here we go. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 6. So 6 automation science packs, 3 PySci 1, 2 Logi, and 1 PySci 2. Which I had no idea that Factorio supported until I saw Pyanodons using it. But apparently you can do that. So yeah, 12 SPM is the target, and the numbers are all small, but the whole rail base is grossly overbuilt, and of course at some point the rail base will replace the belt base, and like all of these builds that we're doing for circuits and mechanical parts and whatever else, you know, they also need to be able to support the rail base running a mall for me and things like that, right? So, you know, we're going to build them at reasonable scale. Most of our usage of like circuits and mechanical parts and whatever else is going to be in buildings for future builds, not in the science. The actual what we need for science is fairly small. And that's just how Pi always is, right? Your infrastructure is your cost more than the research. So yeah, while I'm waiting for Tufras and Kickalks, I guess I probably could start the bootstrapping for Yadals and Zipiers. Maybe I should look into that real quick, because we will need those as well. Also sea sponges I haven't even looked into. Oh, that's easy. And then, other than maybe getting some more AL stuff running, it's really just this constant migration from the belt base to the rail base of rebuilding things, right? We need to do a battery build, we gotta do a circuits build. Yeah. I'm gonna switch this back to per second because I think better in per second than per minute. Alright, so if I did want to start... Oh, right, skin. I didn't put it on my to-do list. I told myself it needed to go on the to-do list, and I didn't. Fortunately, it's sitting here in FNEI to remind me. we have a little bit of a backup of skin in the centralized processing here. We have just a little bit of skin. So I need to deal with that. That is surprisingly low res icon. Is it lower res than meat, or does it just look lower res? I think it's lower res. Anyway, yeah, I think this is what I decided on, was skin to lead ore, which isn't like a ton of compression, unfortunately. And also skin stacks to 100 and lead ore only stacks to 50. But it's the only thing that doesn't need lots and lots of other stuff to be happening simultaneously. You know, anything else that uses skin is only using small amounts of it. You know, I guess I could start pushing out VOTs. But this is a lot that we need to build, right? We need to get all of our... we'd need to get a lot of the intermediate metals and stuff processing set up, right? All the mechanical parts and things before we could build a VOT factory. Which maybe is worth it. But for now, I think this is the answer, is to just turn it into lead ore and hope that we have enough demand for lead that it matters. Which right now we do not have a lot of demand for lead, so we're going to need to figure that out too. Alright, so let's just flip back to YAFC. Skin to lead. Lead ore from skin. Alright, like 20 atomizers if I want to pull in like a belt of skin. And then fiber is always my fuel. Yeah. Sure. We'll get that set up. I don't think I have atomizers in my mall yet. I don't. What do I need for these? Titanium. Okay. Let's get it started making some. We should have all the... Yes. But let's see if we can make a few of them ourselves while we're waiting for the bots to start. I don't know if I actually need or want to make 20 of these, but we'll get at least a few going. Ooh, stop. Didn't realize there was more going on there. What section is the atomizer in? Alien life. Interesting. Oh, I need another washer. Which wants small parts. Okay. What else do I need? Duralumin, glass, nickel. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna run out of everything pretty quickly. Nickel. Where do I have nickel? Does that come in here? It does not. Do I even technically have nickel feeding into the mall at all? Or is it just using whatever nickel has... That's zinc, right? I bet this said there was nickel, but I'm gonna bet 0 in logistic storage. Yeah, so this is just grabbing whatever it can from what I've trashed. There's not actually any nickel available in the mall. That's gonna stink. Nickel is here. Alright, I don't want to route that up there. I could, but that's not a fun, Why? Why am I still getting all these errors about trains returning to the depots without completing their deliveries? I don't understand. Alright, so this is not going to be able to make very many of these, unfortunately. But I guess that's okay. We're not going to be making skin all that quickly. We just need a few of them to start with. Oh. Let's see. I guess I can swing by nickel on my way down. This used to feel like it was so far away from the rest of my base. And now it's so close. Alright, so the... Ooh, right here. We only need 2 train stations. One for dropping off skin and one for picking up... oh, I don't have stations. I am not actually prepared to do this. What do you need? Steel. I've got steel somewhere. Right down here. As I was saying, I only need 1 drop-off station and 1 pickup station for skin to lead ore, so shouldn't be too hard to do this in a compact area like this, where I can't really build anything more complex. I can just drop this right in. Always, when we drop these blueprints over, we have to clean up a little bit of extra signals. And let's see, solid drop-off. This is gonna request the skin. Sure, you're low priority because this is a sink. And then that's gonna just come out here. How big are these things? Not actually all that big. Okay. Let's turn this, though. Just so I have a little bit more room to work. And then... each of these is only going to pull in... what? Yeah, 0.7 a second with 0.5 out. Beautiful. We can use cheap inserters. I always love it when I can use cheap inserters. And let's pull this a little further this way. let's use an underground here. There we go. Actually, if I pull this just a little more this way, like, say, there. This will come right through and feed under. And then on this side, we have a solid pickup station. Oh, I'm out of blue inserters, too. I didn't realize that I did not really fill up my inventory when I was at base. I need to take care of all that. All right. And then this is low priority. Yes. This one needs to be set up. Because this is a sink, and as always, I don't want my sinks to get backed up, I need to mark this one as a high priority source for lead ore. So whenever something wants lead ore, it will prefer this over the mine for lead ore. I also completely forgot that these need fuel, so I need to redo this whole design. Lovely. Good job, Brandon. So that means that the other thing this needs to request is, instead of requesting all of this, we can just do half with this. Half will be the fiber. And then what we're gonna do, we're gonna set these ones to skin. And then we're going to do some other ones that are going to be set to the fiber itself. There. All right. So that would do that, and that'll be one belt. And then we basically want to do the same thing again. Except maybe go up instead of down. All right. Now what I can do with these is they'll come up on the outside with fuel and skin. Same with this one, it'll come over here. Flip that around. There we go. That's how this needs to be built. And then, since I have to go get more blue inserters anyway, I'll just leave this here, waiting for those. Okay, this should be right. We're gonna have, yeah, half a belt of fuel and half a belt of skin for each of them. And then how many of these did I say I need? 20. Yep, that is definitely a pie build. All right, so this can turn a whole belt of skin into into lead ore, which is fantastic. Set a train limit here. That should have been set before. Or actually 2. 2 is usually fine. Because they're usually... It'll be 1 en route while 1 is emptying, and that's fine. Set them much more than that, and you end up with multiple trains backed up around this loop, and then it does potentially interfere with things running, but just 1 sitting there is okay. Alright. So besides needing a bunch more of these, this is done. So yeah, let me go get blue inserters, and then we can consider that build a success. Hopefully I have blue inserters. It's always kind of a mystery whether I'm going to go up there and actually find the things I need. I should spend a little bit of time today as well filling in more of the section that I use as highway so that I don't have to be quite as picky with my positioning on the rails to move quickly. Okay, what else do I need while I am here? Everything else looks okay, actually. It says products finished 6. Okay. So there's, yeah, 6 of these on the way from somewhere. Shoot. I confused the bots. I moved. What else do I need to do with my inventory while I'm here? I do have a little bit of nickel. Here, let me just drop that off here then. I'll leave it for... see, still 1 en route. That bot is very lost wherever it is. I'd kind of like to have an odd number of these, though. Oh, there we go. I have an odd number of them. Beautiful. I'm going to call that a success. That is more than enough of them. There's already 3 down there, so this will be at like a dozen of them, which is more than enough for the scale that that build actually needs to be at right now. But yeah, like through here is what I was talking about, where I just need to grab some asphalt and landfill, and because usually I try to run like right on the edge of the track, because with squeak through, I'm not hitting trains or the power poles through this section, so I can just blast through. But if I start flying over the water, it slows me down a lot. But yeah, this is kind of the stretch that I want to be able to run through, like I'm doing right here on this stretch, where I filled in all the water on this and cleaned out all the trees, so it's significantly faster to move through. Okay. So this should be able now to run... Oh, I forgot to reset the recipe. There we go. What I actually should do for this is set the priority higher for Set the priority to 0 for fiber and only -1 for the skin, but it's a little bit of a pain to do that, so I'm not going to do that. Alright, so that's good there. As far as using that lead ore, I mean, our lead is probably, yeah, full and full. Very full. So, we will need to get something sucking down some lead sooner than later. Otherwise, this is just going to keep backing up. But that does bring us nicely to what I was talking about earlier, which is getting some of the mechanical parts stuff running, because we will pull in plenty of solder for circuit boards and for the mechanical parts themselves. And then for mica, I think we want to be using... I don't know if we want to do for mica on site or not. Hey, tall oil. We're going to want that. Yeah, we might split this off to multiple stations doing multiple things, of course. But I think I want to just start with batteries. I know the batteries themselves don't actually use solder, but actually, what else do we need for batteries? I don't think we have zinc on rails yet. And I'm quite certain we don't have antimony oxide on rails yet. So these are going to be a couple of the next things that we need to do. I can double check that that is the case, but I'm pretty sure I didn't do zinc. Oh! Nope, that's zinc oxide. Oh, but if we have zinc oxide, we must have zinc somewhere. Right? We request zinc plates here. We make them here. But this is what feeds... Wait, I'm making zinc plate as a byproduct of something on rails. I'm not intentionally crafting it. I remember this now. If I check how to make zinc plate, there's a... Is it this recipe, the rare earths processing? I think so. Yeah, rare earth mud. Right here. And that outputs zinc plates. Okay. This whole thing is not currently running because... Oh, because I, like, am full on rare earths. Cool. Alright, that's fine. So yeah, we need to set up zinc. This has been the rabbit hole every time I try to do anything in the rail base, right? It's we start with what seems like a simple goal, and then I go through and I realize that a bunch of the prerequisites that I had in the belt base need to be redone in the rail base. So we're going to do... I've been doing all of my metal processing to the scale of a belt of ore input. So that's what we're going to do. Iron sticks. That's such a weird input. Stone is a byproduct. Soil we're actually going to void. Like so. And then oxygen we will output because we always need oxygen in the base. The zinc grade 1 gets processed down. The zinc grade 2 gets processed to zinc grade 3. The zinc grade 3 goes to molten zinc. Okay, what do we need for this? We need heavy... Ooh. Okay, we get heavy oil out of bitumen processing. But I'm not sure if I'm exporting heavy oil from my bitumen processing or if I'm just... That's BTX. I'm doing the bitumen to residual mixture. I may not be making heavy oil right now. So this may be a deep, deep rabbit hole than much deeper rabbit hole than I realized. Well, that's not necessarily helpful because I don't know what these recipes are always actually called. So yeah, we have tin chromium alloy that comes over here. We're doing bitumen to residual mixture. Low distillates, water, and gasoline. Where's low distillates come out? Low distillates is... That's high distillates. High distillates. Medium distillates. Oh, okay. I'm doing low distillates to BTX in this processing. Not low distillates to... Cool. Let's go back to YAFC. Yeah, here's my tab. So we've got... It's this one where I'm just doing low distillates to BTX right now. If I clear that, and I want to do heavy oil... And then the residual oil, I guess, goes to more residual mixture, right? Because I'm already making residual mixture. So I can switch to this instead of the heavy oil to BTX. We do need chromite sand, which I'm not making right now. Wait, am I? Rare earth concentrate from rare earth solution. Do I have chromite sand in my rare earth processing already? Is that a thing? Do I just have this sitting around as a byproduct? No. Rare earth concentrate from rare earth solution. Oh, if I use cyanic acid instead of... Okay. If I use cyanic acid instead of... Oh, is it even in a different building? Is that the issue? Yeah. What are you called? Yeah, this is an evaporator. Okay. So it's made in a different building. Sorry, I was not paying close enough attention. If I go into FNEI then and I find it... This version. This would make chromite sand for me. And 20 rare earth concentrate versus 20 rare earth concentrate. Okay, so it's the same. It's just using cyanic acid instead of sulfuric. And it generates a bunch of chromite sand. The other option is to do more chromium setup so I can make it directly. All right, there's this tailings dust processing to coal dust and rich dust. And then rich dust can give me iron and chromite. Other options are these grade 1 chromites or chromite grade 4. Okay. Yeah, this all looks like chromium processing to me. All right, let's open YAFC and let's look at chromium processing then, because apparently we need to do that before we can do zinc. All right, as always, we make grade 1, which I can turn directly into chromite sand, but I'm gonna bet it's better to process all the way. That's 18 a second, or 9 a second. Okay, so yeah, if we process all the way, not only do we get more chromite sand, we also get proper chromium. Oh, because chromite sand is what we turn into chromium. I completely forgot about that. Okay. Limestone is on site, always. CO2 we can bring in. Sandcasting we can bring in. Okay. So this is not too bad of a build, honestly. I've seen much worse. We don't need to bring in any fuels. We don't need anything. And the other thing we, of course, need is to be able to make 15 chromium ore a second. Whatever that looks like. It's a lot of fluid mining drills. And it uses syngas as a fuel. Okay. We can get this all set up. Do this properly. Right now, there is chromium metal on rails, but I'm feeding it from the belt base, and it's very small quantities. So I don't want to do that. But I'll set this up, and I'll set it up so that it splits the chromite sand between chromium and sand. And I'll do it with the full 12 casting units, and basically it will be able to fully supply chromite sand or chromium, or any ratio in between that the base happens to need. Because I think, skipping a few casting units is silly. So yeah, let's take a look at getting this built. We're gonna need 4 output chests, or sorry, 4 output stations for solids, because don't forget we're gonna output chromite sand too. We're gonna need 1 solid input station for the actual ore. And the sand castings. And then a liquid input station for CO2. So that's 6 stations. That's a standard train build out. So I think this is easy enough to do. And then once we have this done, let's unwind the stack and let's make sure we understand our to-do list. We need chromite sand so that I can upgrade bitumen processing to make, instead of doing low distillates right to BTX, we want to do low distillates to heavy oil. And then we need to process the residual oil back into residual mixture. And that's where we end up needing the chromite sand. And then we'll have the heavy oil that we need for zinc, or at least some of it. This will only scale to 20 heavy oil a second, which is not going to run this zinc at full scale. That's okay. I'll still build this at the scale for 15 ore a second, with the expectation that it's just not necessarily going to run. And then, we'll eventually be adding more oil processing over time. If I notice that heavy oil is a limitation, we'll look more into oil stuff. So that is where I'm at with that. I think that's a reasonable to-do list order of operations. Let's set that up in our to-do list So we want to ultimately be doing zinc. Well, really what we want is batteries, but that's... And then in order to do zinc, we need to do heavy oil at bitumen. And then in order to do heavy oil at bitumen, we need chromium. All right. So that's our... that is the to-do list for the short term. Only an hour in before I actually decided what I want to start building, but that's okay. Oh, and while I'm here, let me grab... While I'm thinking about it, this is another detour, but grab a bunch of landfill and swing over to where asphalt is. And that way I can improve some of my highways. I think coming all the way out this side was the slow way. This asphalt? This looks like asphalt. Oh, look at that. Not even the stops at asphalt are actually built. That's funny. Let's just grab some asphalt, and the bots will do their thing here. Have they all come back to me? Not yet. It's very easy with how fast I am now to let my bots get away from me. The personal roboport. Let's see, let's clear this. Oh, that is already clear. Excellent. This section's not, though. So yeah, this is kind of what I need to do, is just make sure all the, like, trees are out of the way, or that I have asphalt everywhere, and then it will be a lot faster for me to get around the base. But it is kind of tedious. I'm trying not to just spend too much time in any given session just setting up roads. Like, it's work that needs to be done, obviously, and it'll save time in the long run, but, you know, I could spend a whole stream just doing this around the base. Right, and then the other thing to do is to clear the path here of all the trees. And I'm sure my construction bots are all very confused because I've been running around and giving them multiple orders, and that tends to confuse them. Yeah, this is what I want. I can run up past the on the side of the tracks for the most part. And as long as the bots have all the trees cleared, it's out of the way of the trains and of the power poles in the middle. Which means that I very rarely slow down because I switch to hover mode. All right, so what are we doing first? Chromium? Chromium. let's close that because we don't need those anymore. We're going to need... set up our shopping list. I think most of these ore processing things are things that I already have. Impact Crusher 2. What else is on this shopping list? 18 soil extractors. Wow. Okay. 18 soil extractors. 12 casting units. 6 hydrocyclones, 6 solid separators. And like I said, I think I've built most of these various processing machines before. 6 ball mills. 3 jaw crushers, which I've got. 3 automated screeners. And what did I say I needed for mining? Like 20 fluid mining drills. We'll do 24. And then the mining station will need syngas, but that's fine. Okay, let's... what else can I do with my inventory here? Is there anything that I need to clear out? A little bit of limestone. I need more... I don't have copper. Okay, let's grab copper. Because we're going to need that to be able to make a bunch of stations. All right, and otherwise I think we're just kind of waiting for the bots to catch up on these. I should set fluid mining drill Mark IIs wherever I make those. No, I do actually allow 2 stacks. Okay, perfect. Because these only stack to, I think, 10. So. And we often need a couple dozen of them for mining. But good. It's already doing the right thing. I'm way ahead of myself. Love to see it. Yeah, 22 on the way. Solid separator. Oh, satisfied. 5 of 6, 1 on the way. 9 of 12, 3 on the way. 11 on the way. 2 on the way. Okay, everything is on the way. So that should be fine. Where do I want to set up? We've got 2 things to figure out. One is where do I set up the chromium mine? And like, boy, this is tempting right here, huh? Next to the coal mine. Interesting, seeing the way this turns on when it gets usage is interesting. Because it really doesn't necessarily... Oh yeah, this just never, like, unbacked up enough for everything to turn on fully, huh? Whatever. I knew that was way overbuilt. How are we doing on our building requests? 7 more of those. Right. So yeah, I think... as far as spots with chromium ore... the option is going to be this one, where I've already got some infrastructure in place, and I can just drop a couple more stations. Or, this one is clearly unusable, this one is unusable. Up here is where we've got our current chromium build that feeds the rail base, or the belt base, rather. And I'm not going to mess with that. There's one over here, so I could go over here and put the mine, like, here-ish. Or I can just do this one where we already have space. And I think I'm just going to do this one where we already have space. I think that makes the most sense. So that's what we'll do. It is ad o'clock, Twitch is telling me. So I will let Twitch go ahead and run its ad. I do try to run the smallest number of ads that I can to keep pre-roll ads turned off, and I run them in one big chunk so they are less disruptive. So it's going to be a few minutes of ad break, but when we come back, we'll let the bots finish bringing me my stuff during the ads, and then when we come back, we can get Chromium mine set up, Chromium processing set up, and move on from there towards zinc and batteries and circuits, and we'll see how much of that we all get rebuilt on Rails today. So I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and we'll dive right into that. All right, thanks for sticking around through the break. It's always appreciated. Okay. I was just kind of working my way towards that Chromium patch and clearing up some of the patches of asphalt as we go. Whoops, that was all offset. Oh well. Then yeah. Doesn't necessarily matter doing all of these side roads, but it does make navigating a little bit faster to have them done. So let's just clear it while I'm at it. I think it's important to give my bots a bunch of distracting work when I'm trying to build something that actually matters for the base, you know? Alright, so we're going to have a solid pickup here for... This is really, like, right on the chromium. Yeah, we'll figure it out. And a fluid drop-off. The fluid drop-off is going to be just one fluid, so we don't have to actually modify it at all. And then the actual mining, we have our 24 of these. Oh, these are small. Yeah, we'll have plenty of space. Well, I say that. You know what? This is going to be a funny shape, but it's going to be fine, and it'll work. So that's all that matters. How is that for an interestingly shaped mining outpost? By interestingly shaped, I mean stupidly shaped. But gets the job done. Okay. So all of this is going to need... There we go. That. This. What's the mining fluid for this? Syngas. All right, syngas requested. So now we just have to get it all kind of plumbed in here. And that should be it? Is that the chromium mine doing its job? I think it is. They all look like they're part of the fluid network? Yeah. Cool. We're good. I guess I could put one of these up here. It's totally redundant, but makes me feel better. We don't need these. And again, a redundant power pole. And we have a very, very efficient, well-engineered chromium mine. All right, this is bringing syngas over. Since the syngas is already here, I just want to see this turn on. Yep, it turned on. And we shouldn't have any issues with this. Well, it will actually back up a little bit because I just have enough mining productivity that 24 of these is more than a full belt. But it'll only back up a little bit. Or I did my math wrong? Oh, of course, because they spit out stacked. So yeah, this will back up because this can't load. Let's change this. Let's change these to stack inserters. I always forget that mines output stacked items. So we can actually pull all 24 of these. And even more than that, actually. We should be able to pull, like, almost 40 or something like that. More than we need. Okay. So that's done, and that will make chromium available to the base. The next thing, then, is going to be... Let me check... Okay, yeah, we do deliver quartz ore as its own thing. I wasn't sure how I had built glass, if I had a quartz mine somewhere. But I did set up a quartz mine, which means we won't have any problems when we go to make parts. Which part is it? Let me look at YAFC real quick. It's the, yeah, the utility box? No, the control panel needs a quartz ore. And I wanted to make sure that my rail base was going to accommodate that. And it will. So the next thing, I think we're just coming out here and we're going to continue. It's probably about time to turn this up, actually. And then come across here. So we go up here and we'll poke out sideways here. And that's where we'll do the chromium processing. Because I want to reconnect this side up here somewhere. And then, I've said this many times, but I do eventually want to pull up here. And this needs to, like, squeeze through the base around here somewhere. And I do eventually want to have the base fully, like, looped around. And I'm going to need sooner or later to start bringing in iron and steel up here to supply the mall, because it is frequently sad right now with the current state of the belt base, because the belt base has been frequently neglected in favor of the rail base lately. All right, so yeah, I think we can head over here and start building a little more. What did I go over there? Oh, there's just 2 trees here. There we go. Must have missed those when I was clearing out the rest of this, because I thought I had this path pretty well. Oh, no, not quite. I thought I had this path better cleared than it is, apparently. All right, there we go. That should be better. Now, let's get up here. How are the potatoes doing, by the way, as I'm coming up here? Hey, we have some spares. Okay, I should grab those and set up the modules. And then the next time I go up to the mall to collect stuff there, I should also do the same for the Kikalks, because we're going to have... There we go. Let the system continue to expand itself. Cool. Right, and then...
Space!
Nickman838, thank you so much for the follow. I think we can just go right here, and I should have plenty of space to do the chromium processing. Gonna need a bunch of landfill. This is kind of a swampy area, but that's fine. I have a bunch of landfill. I think. Well, I might have to go get some more landfill. Alright, so coming in here, if we go back to YAFC real quick and find chromium, we have a CO2 input and a single solid station that's going to have the ore and a bunch of the sand castings. And then I'll have to figure out all the processing routing. But let's start with our 2 input stations. Oh, am I out of signals? I'm out of signals, but that's okay. Lurky, feeling like having a good Pyanodon's playthrough in the background and like the vibes. Don't have enough time to focus. Play Pi myself. Yeah. Pi is, if I was not currently between opportunities in my day job career, I would certainly not be streaming Pi. It is a big time investment. But I have the time right now, so... Alright, so that's going to be our drop-off for taking one for the team, yeah. That's one way to put it. Chromium ore, and we'll bring in, I guess, 90 stacks of that. Whoops. And sand castings, just 30 stacks. These warehouses have 120 stacks, so this number needs to be total of 120, but because the ore stacks low and we go through a lot of it, I like these stations to request as much ore as they can. And then the output is going to be one we've seen before. Chromium. Do this thing, so we end up with a full belt. And then the sand castings, we need 2.3 a second. So that'll be like 2 of these guys outputting castings. There we go. But it's going to be a little while before we're ready to hook up the sand castings to the system. And then the fluid input is for carbon dioxide, which is also for castings, so I'm not going to deal with that yet either. So the first step of processing this is going to be... Oh, let's turn off this request. Actually, I could just remove all these. I want to make sure, basically, that as I place these buildings, if I have to go back to the mall, I don't want the bots to restock me on all of these things, because that would just be a colossal waste of time for the bots to bring stuff that I don't actually need. Why no place? Interesting. I must have lost track of a bot somewhere. Oh god, I've lost track of like 25 bots. Alright, yeah, those are fine up there. Where are my... There they are. My worker robots. Train can't... Oh, I know what that issue is. We haven't finished building this loop yet, so the train can't get around to where the station is. That's fine. Let me just finish collecting these guys. Oh, am I out of rails? Jeez. Alright, I guess we're going back to base sooner than I expected. Yeah, these are going to be very slow to bootstrap, getting enough Tufras to run those. But at least that is the Tufra build. Like, that's it. That's supplying them to the rail base. As opposed to Kickalks, which I'm setting up so that I have modules available to build them on site. I was talking about that decision on Tuesday's stream, but the Tufras have a lot more complex inputs than the Kickalks do. So Kickalks I can pretty much always make on site where I need them, whereas the Tufras make more sense to put on rails. So while I'm over here, though, I do want to go up to the Kickalks and see if we've got enough of them. Have they started backing up yet? They have not started backing up yet. Did this finish making them? I had some spare. Yeah. Okay, and this is, like, done now. There we go. That should help a little bit with getting these a little more ramped up. One more. Nope. I'm not gonna have one more. It's just not gonna happen. All right. Let me find rails. Bots are not happy with me right now. What's trash? Nursery is trash. These planter boxes are trash. This is all trash. Logs are trash. Gears are trash. Coal is trash. Yeah, that looks good. I think I've pretty much got what I need. I could grab some more gray inserters. Where are they? Over here. And then if I wander through the base on my way out of town, I have... Here we go, yeah. Some landfill. So that should be... hopefully everything I need to finish this build. And maybe even the next one. Probably not the next one, but I can dream, I can hope. Then this part is actually gonna be main road, so I do want all of this paved. Again, it's important to make sure the bots are thoroughly distracted when I'm trying to do an actual build that I care about. Right. It's over here is the issue. Whoops. There we go. Now we should be able to get deliveries over here. So these need to crush chromite. Yep. So these are each going to be taking in 5. So that's like 3 of these guys. And then they output 1.5 items because of course they do. So let's go ahead and grab a solid pickup. That'll go right here. These need to split their output. 1.5, 3. Yeah, it's only 4.5 items a second. That's fine. That's plenty. This will have a splitter. This will have the stone on the right. And the chromium on the left. Yes. And that can just come right in here. And then, as always, and I explain this every time I do it, but anything that's a byproduct of a processing line, we always want to make sure that byproducts are cleared before intentional production. We don't ever want chromium to back up on stone, which means that all of our stone requesters should prefer to pull from chromium instead of from the dedicated stone mine, right? So that means that these always need to be set to a higher station priority. All right. The next step is turning those 3 chromite grade 1s into grade 2 and grade 3. And that is with 2 impact crushers. All right. Impact crushers. Each of these takes in 2. And then they're going to output 1.4 items a second, so that is also 2 outserters. And then this is interesting. If we go back to YAFC real quick, we've got the Chromite Grade 2 turns into more Chromite Grade 1 and gravel. So we want to loop the Chromite Grade 2 around. And the Grade 3 is what gets turned into Grade 4. And there's also a looping element to that, it looks like. But we'll start with this. So we'll take the Grade 2... Oops, wrong button. Sorry about that. On the left... That loops, and that goes into 3 automated screeners. Which make the Chromite Grade 1 and gravel. Alright. These each take in just a quarter of an item a second. Alright. So that's just a gray inserter here. And then they output 0.28 items, also a gray inserter. Perfect. Then for power, just drop these like that. All right, and then output-wise, this comes down here. This needs to be split with gravel on the right. Oh, let's do that. I want to make sure that this is all on the same side of the belt. I don't want it to get... I don't want any parts of this build to end up sad about grabbing things from the wrong side of the belt and causing a backup, basically. So we have a solid pickup station here again. This will be for the gravel that we just are producing there. That'll come through here. How much gravel do we make? 0.34 a second. 1 gray inserter's worth. Okay. And then just like with this stone pickup, we need this to be high priority. Power it. All right, and then the other side of this is outputting Chromite Grade 3s. Those go through our 6 hydrocyclones, which is a great name for a building. And then these each output... Ooh. We actually have more than half a belt of stuff coming off of these. So I'm actually going to run them like this. Yeah, 0.5 items a second in, so we can just use these here. But then on the output, we will need a little more. Haha, look at that. I love it when a plan comes together. All right. And then the output of these guys is... Oh, I actually can't have this pump here. I'm going to have to figure that out differently. 2 items a second. Okay, so that's going to be like that. And then at this point, we can merge them back into one belt because it'll be 2 sides, right? Each of these will have 6 items a second, so we'll just have 12 items a second in total on the belt, and that is totally fine. All right, so there's those. Apparently this is the first time I've done this level of Chrome processing. And then we've got 2 different things coming off of this. We have the grade 4 and the rejects. The chromite rejects get looped around into 6 ball mills, which turn them into more chromite grade 3 that we need to merge in here. So that will be what we do. And that is just 6 items a second in and like 1 out, so that's plenty fine. Yeah, that'll connect through. That's no problem. Yeah, 1 item in, so each of these just gets a yellow inserter, not 12 yellow inserters. And then it can just be a gray inserter out for each of these. All right. And just like, where was it? Here, where I made sure that this is coming in on the same side of the belt here, we're doing the same thing here. And we prioritize our, what we're looping back through. And then this side, this goes through 6 solid separators and just gets turned right into the chromite sand at this point. All right. So let's grab those and... Ah, excellent. Misplaced them all. I love it when I do that. Alright, and then each of these outputs... What? I didn't fully process just how much chromium sand we're making out of this build. I was like, oh, we're bringing in a belt of chromium ore, and we're putting out, like, 12 chromium ingots, and that's fine. But in the middle, we have 35 chromite sand. So what I can do is if I set this fixed at 2 belts, a bunch of this stuff that I built 6 of just turns into 5 instead. But we do a better job. It's easier to output 2 belts of stuff here instead of taking it all on like 3 belts, which is what I would have to do right now. Or really, with 30 a second, that's 1 stacked belt, which would be particularly nice. Or I just run it on 3 belts. Whatever. So yeah, each of these outputs 6 items a second. That's like... Alright, I'm gonna do this. We're gonna go here. We're gonna take all these away. Alright, there we go. 3 of them. 3 belts of chromite sand. It's not quite, it's going to be 12 items a second on each belt, but whatever. And yeah, because that comes into 12 casting units, so like the ratios kind of work out, which is funny. And then as far as our next pickup station, this is going to be 4 chromite sand. So I'm just going to have 2 belts. I'm going to need more blue inserters. I've used all of my inserters. 2 of these belts are basically going to... I mean, I guess what I may as well do is run them... Just run them past here. Whatever these can pick up, they pick up. And then... There we go. These will all come down to the other side at that point. Where they'll feed into the oxygen furnaces to produce the actual the actual chromium plates, but here we'll have the chromite sand fed into this system, and that is the important part. This is not high priority because this is a standard output from this. We expect it to provide chromite sand. That's fine. Down here, we're going to have one more pickup station, which is going to be the actual chromium metal. Right? And then lastly, we need a fluid drop-off station, which is the... this will be the carbon dioxide for casting the chromium ingots. Can I learn to type? There we go. Cool. And then, what are we missing? Oh, we're missing a bunch of blue inserters. So I am going to have to go back to base and gather those, unfortunately. Here, we can take these down through here, as well to the other side. Oop, curved rail is in the way. There we go. And then the other thing we need is we have 18 soil extractors. Ouch. Making limestone for this. So we'll need to get that hooked up. Oh, and the water for this as well, because I disconnected this from what it was before. So... Oh, that's not too bad. Oh, how did I get this in the wrong place? Ugh. Flip vertically. Down. This is a lot of limestone, which will feed in. There we go. So we'll have limestone and castings coming in on this belt, and we will have, well, several of these belts coming through. And that will all feed into this final chromium output. So let's get a little bit of power here. Alright, that should be fine. I don't like that. Let's move these power poles. There we go. That is slightly more aesthetically pleasing, even if it is functionally identical. And then these are all going to be making limestone. All right. That's looking good. So now we just have to take these, well, there's a couple things we just have to do. Let's get water figured out and finalized. That seems important. Otherwise, I'm going to forget again. And can I run this water pipe right up through here? Sorta? Kinda, maybe? Kinda. Yes, yes, I can. Okay. And I need to power each of these. Yeah, only 2 of these feed this chromite sand station, but, like, doesn't really matter. We can produce so much chromite sand that I don't really care. Alright, so we need 12 casting units for 3 of these belts. So that's 6 casting units per belt. Oh, right, and I forgot that these are hoop shoots. All right. So we're going to do something like this. This. And then that. And I did too many. We've got 12. We have 3 belts. Oh, it's 4, not... I'm just an idiot. Okay. Someday I will learn to count. All right. And then the middle of these need to actually be... four spaces apart. The more I'm looking at this, the more I'm convinced that this is not the way to do this, but... All right. So each of these gaps in the middle here will get... Yeah, because these want 3 chromite a second. And that is going to be very difficult to do. Okay. Yeah, I've changed my mind. So we're going to do basically that. Yeah, everything's an input on these. That's fine. So that'll be 1 belt. It needs to have... I actually do want to leave a gap here. Because this is going to have... like 2... Well, actually, I can use yellow for these. Because it's how many coming in? 3 a second. And then small quantities of everything else. Yeah. So we're going to have 3 of these, 3 of these, 3 of these, 3 of these. And that's going to be 1 of these belts. And then we're going to have... and these just use their hoop shoot as an output, which is fine. This will be the input of the chromium sand. And then everything else, I think just 1 of these will handle. And that will be the limestone plus whatever else. The limestone and the casts. And then we're going to take 2 of those, 3 of those. Because these are hoop shoots, they're stacked, which means I don't actually have to worry about merging these belts together, because they'll come out stacked. So this can come right to here, where we're going to have something like that. This can definitely get smaller and closer to where it needs to be. Like that. Let's clean this up a little bit. Get this guy hooked up better. And then this can actually kind of come all the way up to like here. And I think that'll be more or less where I want that to do its thing. Hopefully, this is a distance that I can run these pipes, yeah, vertically in between each of these. All right. Let's get them all. Of course, when they're one apart, they're just too wide. Need 2 power poles. That's unfortunate. Oh, I'm out of power poles, too. All right. I'm going to have to do a lot of stuff. So, this outer... There we go. And then the other ones will each come in... like that, and then that one will be there. But if I just grab these then and bring them down, there, and there, and there. All right, that'll be all the chromite sand, which... Oh, I was going to say, why aren't we making more? And the reason we're not making more is because this is still buffering, and that's fine. That's expected. So that'll all come through here. CO2 is hooked up, chromite sand is hooked up, so I just need to hook up, I guess it's this belt, which comes over here, down, and I'm out of belts too. Wow. I'm out of everything. And up here. Do I believe that this is all correct? I don't know, maybe. And then, yeah, because, like I said, because these have poop chutes, it'll come out stacked. So I don't have to worry too much about the, merging these all correctly into, like, the right side of belts or anything. Because we're already, we're only going to be at, it's 12 items a second, but it's only 6 slots a second, which is less than half a belt. All right, I think I need to go back up to the mall and grab a bunch of things. And then we will be... We'll be done with chromium. Just a reminder, we're doing chromium processing so that I can improve my bitumen processing, so that I can get heavy oil, so that I can do zinc processing, so that I can do batteries on rails as part of scaling up inputs to science in preparation for Pi Science 2. That is how many yaks deep we are right now. I love construction bots. It's just so satisfying watching them go. All right. So yeah, my inventory says power poles, blue inserters, and belts, but I suspect we're going to need some other things. Is this train just one of my ash trains and it's expected to be stuck? Yes. Okay. That's fine. I do at some point need to figure out the CyberSyn setting so that it won't think trains are stuck just because they're loading or unloading ungodly amounts of ash. But for now, I just kind of have to keep double checking that when I see it flash. Couple thousand belts, power poles. I still have lots of rail. I think I'm okay on most other things. I've still got 1,000 landfill. Oh, more yellows would be good. I know the bots are going to try to get me up to like 50 of those or 100. Oh, 100 actually. All right. Always good to grab some extra grays, too. How do I only have 19 blues? What? I'm so confused. Oh, I must have control clicked instead of shift clicking when I put them back in the spares, huh? That would do it. Okay. That is pretty much a full inventory. There's a few things that the bots want to bring me still, but I'm not worried about it. Let's get back over to chromium and get it wrapped up. All right, this should be good enough. Should be all we need. All right, and Twitch is saying that it's going to start an ad in just another minute or two. So I will let it run that, and when we come back, our next thing to do is to upgrade the bitumen processing. to do heavy oil for us. So that's going to need a compressor and a mixer, which I probably don't have the stuff for. Yeah, I don't. So I'm going to have to go back up to... I should have grabbed this when I was up there already. I didn't really think about it. But I'll run up during the ad break and collect what I need to collect for that upgrade. And then we'll get that done, and then we'll be able to start zinc. So, yeah, I am happy, and I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. All right, thanks for sticking around through the ad break. I do appreciate it. Before I forget, I owe... Where is... There they are. All right. Nickman838, thank you again for the follow. You are officially on the board. And if there's anyone else who has followed and has not ended up on the board because I forgot about you or you followed when I was not playing Factorio or any other reason, you just have to let me know here on Twitch, in a YouTube comment, on Discord, on Blue Sky, any of the ways of getting in touch with me that I missed you, and I will make sure that you end up on here. Because I'm not always playing Factorio, so not all my followers end up on the Wall of Fame. And that's sad. Alright, bots. Figure it out. I have faith in you. Just keep... Every time I find another patch that needs it, gotta fix the highway. What is... Oh. Alright, so Chromium should be running just fine now. And indeed it appears to be. Are all three of these running at, like, full speed? It does look like it. I guess they won't quite all run at full speed. I need like 5.7 of them or something like that, so they're not exactly ratioed to 6, but like they should all basically be running all the time. And then, yeah, these are certainly all running. Oh, no, they're not. Oh, CO2. Interesting. That's, I do have a CO2 farm somewhere. Thought. Yeah, a small one. I can grow this whenever I need to, though, but there's plenty of CO2 here. Is there just too much stuff going on at the base? I mean, there's a train available. Let's set the train limit to 2 on this station. Because maybe it just goes through it too quickly. Yeah. So we're going to want multiple trains bringing CO2 over there. Or I'll need to set up some CO2 on site. Those are kind of the options. Alright. So down here, if we head to our bitumen processing... Yeah. So presently, we've got this machine, which is turning low distillates into BTX. And what I want to do instead is I want heavy oil. So I need a compressor that turns the low distillates into heavy oil and residual oil. And then I need a mixer that gives us that residual oil into residual mixture that feeds a high pressure furnace. Now my concern, which I just realized, is that we're actually overloading a single high-pressure furnace now. We need 2 of them. Oh, and also the ionic upgrader. Shoot, I didn't realize that these were basically capped, right? If I get rid of this recipe, these are exactly full. They're at 1s. So I need to make another high-pressure furnace and ionic upgrader. I didn't process that initially. Oops. Okay. So we'll have to do that. Otherwise, I think this is all pretty straightforward, and this is what we needed the chromite sand for. We did that whole giant chromium build for 0.025 chromite sand a second. But that's okay. We'll use it later. It's fine. What are our requests here? Chromium, tin plate. We're also going to want chromite sand. Stack of that. Okay. So, we can get rid of this machine. We still have BTX, yeah, from another source, and that's fine. The low distillates come into now a compressor. Actually, let's put that pipe back. This is going to make the heavy oil. Eh? Oh, I see what I did. Let's just bring it down a little bit further. Heavy oil. We're going to need to bring in gasoline, which we should have right here, actually. And then, do I have water somewhere? Water here. Will pipe reach across this? Oh, yes it will. No, it won't. That's too bad. Okay. And then 150 degrees steam. I need to find my cooling tower and that steam pipe. It's over here. So that's this pipe. So it can feed in right here. That's not really convenient, but I'll figure it out. All right, that's 150 degree steam. The heavy oil needs to be an output, and I do have a spot for one more output here. We'll take care of that last. And then the residual oil needs to feed, or sorry, the residual oil feeds into a mixer to make the additional coking gas oil. Now, these two things, I feel like this doesn't have a heat input. What am I doing? I feel like what I want to do is, sorry, I'm redoing this a little bit. If I take this belt out of the way, and some of these pipes as well, then I can grab basically this whole, well, not that much of it. Control C, not Control X, please. I can grab this whole thing, and we can go, like, here. And then this feeds right up to here. Actually, let's be better than that. And let's put this so it's actually aligned. There we go. And then we just have to get the steam. The water. This is just a pass-through, that's fine. And then same with whatever this is. Coke oven gas, that goes through. This is apparently an ash output. That also just comes right on through. And then we need a little bit of coke fed around into this guy. And unfortunately, that's just going to be... What did I do? Oh, ew. I'm going to take these, and we're going to do these right on the center line here. And then this water situation, we're going to do like... All right, there we go. I like that a little bit better. I'm not going to say it's perfect, but it is not the least sane thing that I've done. Okay, I can make one of those. Can I make... Ooh, I can also make the ionic upgrader. All right. Cool. Oh, but this is wrong. Stop. I forgot I need to have a mixer in between these. So let's get that mixer. Let's find a spot for the mixer. The mixer takes in steam, residual oil, and the chromite sand. All right. So here's my steam pipe. So I could potentially do this like here. Yes, I can potentially do this right here. Because that connects right across there. How do I do this? Get this out sanely. The spaghetti is real, but... yeah, that's okay. Cool. And then... this just needs chromite sand, which I can bring right down. And it needs very little of it, so I can just use one of these. Okay. That is pretty much it. Now I just have to get the heavy oil out. And the heavy oil out is one more fluid pickup station way off in this corner. It's the last spot that I can do a fluid pickup. Actually, let's get that pump in. I always forget to put pumps in these. All right, that's heavy oil now. It occurs to me, and of course I thought of this late because I am an idiot. I probably do still want to have... That's BTX out, yeah. If I can find a spot for it. The low distillates to BTX. Right here. And then I'll have this on an overflow valve from this. So I grab a valve, and I do I greater than 80. Perfect. That feeds into here. This just needs an inserter. And that way, if we do fill up on heavy oil, we won't... Did I break this? You don't have Coke. You don't have... Okay. Not quite sure how I did that, because this should make enough Coke to be self-sustaining, but somehow I broke it. I must have just accidentally picked up too much Coke or something. Anyway, this way if we do fill up on heavy oil, we won't back up on the low distillates here. We'll go back to processing them into BTX. And then BTX eventually is one of the things that gets burned in the base as a potential liquid fuel. So that should be fine. All right, I think this is all set now then. This'll run, and then this'll run, and then this'll run. Cool. It's working. It's what I want to see. And yeah, this has filled itself up with Coke again, so I'm not sure how I managed to break it, but turns out it's possible to break it. Because this whole thing should be, like, very net Coke positive. All right. That is heavy oil done. Let's check our to-do list. So the next thing is, well, it's actually check potatoes again. How are we doing? Yeah, we got a bunch of potatoes backed up again. So let's go turn on some more potato machines. Because this is my life now. Oh, we can turn on a bunch of potato machines. All right. Let's, I guess just leave it at that one for now. Because, yeah, it'll rebuffer seeds, and then potatoes will get backed up again. Cool. Oh, there's so many potatoes. I didn't realize that they had gone all the way over there. Do I have enough potatoes? I can't possibly. I couldn't conceivably have enough potatoes. Oh, all right. That's mean, game. I only need 8 more potatoes, though. But that's good. This is good to see. I could turn on those last ones basically anytime I want to, but potato production is more or less ready to go. If I check... Why am I getting all of these trains unexpectedly returning to depot? They have plenty of fuel. I wonder if this has something to do with the fuel computer. Is the fuel computer broken? Do I have stops that are changing their requests partway through or something? I'm unsure. I'm unsure what that error means. And it has me concerned. We have... Oh yeah, we've got a bunch of them there. Because each of these uses 20, so 20, 40, 62 is how many we need, and we have 42. Alright. I'll let that make a few more, and then I'll be able to get that up to full scale as well. That one is certainly bigger than it needs to be. That build is just there to, like, provide modules for me to build them on site where I need them. And that's, again, way more than we need. All right. So, our next big thing... Zinc. No, don't use that spot, Brandon. That's too close to other stuff. You're going to want to build there eventually when you expand something. Don't do it. There's a zinc ore right here, which is kind of... I need to redo this whole mess anyway, to be clear. So I could... Oh... I could do it here, and I could use this spot. We would take a path... Oh, it would be at the same level as this, right? We'd take a path sideways here. We'd fix our saline setup, and we'd set up zinc as well. Or... aromatics is the fluid for zinc, huh? So I do need a drop-off station for that. Is it tin that uses steam? Yeah, it's tin that uses steam. Okay. I love this. This is a disaster. Early rail things that predate the blueprint book. Yeah, all the other options are, like, significantly worse, right? Either much further away or... on the wrong side of the base. Like, the rails are not... This big lake here is really interfering with any hope of, like, growing the rail base in this direction. I don't want to use that much landfill. So we're growing to the west instead, although this lake is also going to get in my way. You know, I could go, like, through here and up and around, right? And get some space on this side. I don't know. I think this one's fine to grab. I just need to figure out how I want to set up the rails through here. But other than that, I think this one will work. Or this one. This one would give me the excuse to fix the saline setup, which maybe is what I should do. Because, yeah, all of this comes right off of Here, let's just start tearing stuff apart. Okay. So, yeah, we've got this salt mine here and another one up here. And that is fine. So let's get this trumpet. I guess it goes here. Yeah, and this is all kind of somewhat in the way of stuff, and I knew it would be. We're gonna have to redo some of how all this gets built, and that is one of the things that I've been avoiding doing for a while, but it does need to happen. So, if we have a fluid pickup, where's fluid pickup? There we go. This will be for the actual saline water, which means all the saline water that's in the system needs to get pumped out. And that'll come right through into here. Ooh, so close. There we go. All right, and then these guys will drain their belts of salt, which we might or might not need. The other thing I need to do is I need to pump all the gasoline out of this whole station. And I'll just shove all that into a holding tank for now. What have I got? Sure, you'll do. There we go. It needs to be big enough to, like, drain this whole system, right? So that's what we're going to do. We're going to drain the whole system. I shouldn't need to rebuild this. Oh, we had a saline water pickup. Excellent. That means that we'll actually be able to empty everything. All right, let these tanks empty. This is the gasoline pipe. Yeah, okay, so all of this is drained. We can grab a bunch of that, bunch of that, bunch of that, bunch of that. Fuel pipe through here. We're gonna have to redo a lot of this fuel delivery stuff, so we're gonna go ahead and just pull it all back. All of this kind of goes away. We'll rejigger how we're getting this through as well. This is all kind of temporary. Okay. So now we need to put in a fuel station. Fuel drop-off. This scares me because I've only ever made a couple of... Oh, I don't have any of the combinators. 3 deciders, 4 deciders, a selector, and an arithmetic. Do I have the stuff for those? Yes. Alright, and if we give this thing power, should, yeah, request fuel. That's fine. And then the output of this is gonna get pumped out into and I have talked in the past about how this works. I did a whole, probably spent a couple of hours designing it a few episodes ago. If I remember, I will link that specific one down below in the doodly-doo for the YouTube crowd. But if I don't remember, my apologies. But basically, all of that mess of combinators look at what are our available fuels on the base, and it will attempt to use an appropriate one. Whatever we have the most of, which apparently right now is benzene. And there we go. There's a train full of benzene. All right. So that should be fine to fuel these guys. They'll just grab whatever fuel is in these pipes when they run out. Yeah, so this is still burning through a little bit of gasoline, but it'll switch to benzene soon, which is perfect. And then the, let's see, we gotta get the saltwater output hooked up, and probably... There we go. I should not have gotten rid of this pump, because it's still more or less in the right place. There we go. So that should have saline available to the rest of the base now. This is no longer using weird non-standard... Oh, I forgot. Shoot. I forgot to deal with trying to empty this gasoline. How do I want to do that? I think... Watch me do something terrible. If I do... I don't want to do that. Actually, can I do... Let's do this. If I take this out... And then pump it one more time... And I'm just using this pump really to isolate things. I don't actually care about pumping for the most part. What we're going to have is we're going to have gasoline here. Right now we've got benzene on this side. But this pump will output gasoline as soon as it can. And then this pump, as soon as it can output benzene into here, will do so. And what that means is this will use up its benzene, and then it'll use up all this stored gasoline, and then it'll switch back to, well, the benzene that's currently in this pipe, but eventually other stuff. There we go. And that way I'm not voiding a bunch of stuff that I shouldn't be voiding. I don't think it really matters, but, you know. I'm not entirely certain that I remember how this signal works, but we have like a set signal that tries to latch the fuel. I don't remember. I really, really don't remember. Okay. So I need a bunch of fluid mining drills for the zinc ore. I want a belt of zinc ore. Is that another, like, 20 mining drills, basically? Sorry, I'm in YAFC. You guys can't see that. There we go. No, it's only 10 of them this time. Cool. And then we also need all the buildings to do the zinc processing. So... let's get... Ooh, this is not... Let's finish setting up the processing for this so that I actually can see what we're doing. And then sticks, I guess we just bring in his plates, because we can't cast them yet. There we go. Oh, and we need heat. Okay. Yeah, sandcasting, borax, a little bit of coke. This is a lot of train stations, actually. So we have a fluid input, a solid input. Oh, this has the ore in it, too. Sorry, that was my bad. See full list, zinc, no. No. Set fixed consumption, there we go. All right. So yeah, we're going to have a solid input, bringing in the zinc ore, the iron plates, borax, coke, and sand casting, as well as the fluid input. And then outputs, we're going to have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outputs. So this is 8 train stations. Cool. That is a lot. This is going to be a big setup. All right. That is pretty common and has been pretty common, right? Is just the number of byproducts means that we always have lots of stations to store and buffer those byproducts. All right. Let me... I guess I need to head back up to the mall and gather all the buildings for this build. And then I'll have to find a good place to build it, but I mean, all in all, it's not going to be super complicated. It's just a lot of things to route. And then, oh, we also need to finish setting up, of course, our zinc mine here. I should do that first while I'm here. I do still have to go get the miners themselves, but I can drop down this solid pickup station here. And on the other side... a fluid drop-off. And this fluid drop-off will be for the acetylene. Oop, I'm missing... No, not acetylene. Aromatics. That was almost a huge mistake. Alright, aromatics coming in. And then, yeah, that's easy enough to feed down to this patch, and there's plenty of space here to do the mining and get that hooked up. So that is looking all set. And then if I go ahead and set up my... check the shopping list on YAFC. For people who don't know, if you go up to the entity header at the top, YAFC gives you this shopping list button. And this is how I go through... there's this export to blueprint, which... yeah, you can kind of set up requester things with it, but I don't know if I can... easily transfer it to like an inventory request. If I edit this. Oh, I had a current projects section, which apparently I at some point closed instead of... Anyway, I guess what I would end up doing is I could paste the... Actually, let's try it. If I copy this to a blueprint of a requester chest, and then... Do I remember how to import a blueprint string? Is also a question. There's a key binding for it, right? Blueprint library. My blueprints. I can't believe I don't remember how to do this. I never used to do a lot with blueprints when I wasn't playing Pi. So, you know. Import string. There we go. Import. Okay, yeah, this says shopping list. So if I click this, this has a logi group. I give it a name, and I'm going to say that the name of this logi group is... Sorry. Zinc processing. And then if I go into me, add a section... Zinc processing. Okay. Okay. This is easy. Well, not easy, but easier. I should have figured out how to do that a long time ago. I honestly just noticed that export to string button, so, you know. But yeah, I am happy about that. So let's head up to base, and we will... let the bots fill up my inventory. Oh, I lost my alt mode. Sometimes that happens when I alt tab. All right. Oh, I don't have advanced foundries. Okay. I'm going to have to get those going and probably handcraft a few of them. Wait, advanced foundries? Yep, advanced foundry. That's the only one that I can use for the molten zinc recipe. Okay. So yeah, advanced foundries, add those to our requests, but I should be able to make advanced foundries myself pretty easily. Yes. Stone furnaces are right here. Five of those. All right. It looks like everything else the bots are delivering to me. I guess while I'm here, I should wander up to Kickalks and get... see if they need a few more of themselves enabled. There we go. And I guess I need also input inserters. All right. So this should make enough kick-alc modules for the rest of my life, at least until I need kick-alc 2s. I am really deeply concerned about all of these trains that are returning early. I do not understand what causes it. It does seem to be mostly... No. It's not just fluid trains. This is a solid train. I was wondering if it had something to do with the fuel computer. If we were somehow not always issuing consistent requests or something, but since it also happens with solid trains, I don't think it's the fuel computer. So, I did also just update CyberSyn, so it's possible it's a CyberSyn bug, but I should be able to... I could probably turn on the experimental. There's a CyberSyn, like, inspector GUI that you can turn on that's considered experimental. And I might have to turn that on and debug some things. Oh, I forgot to... Shoot. I didn't add to my request. I didn't add the... I didn't grab fluid miners. So I'm going to run back up to base and I'll grab the fluid miners. I want to get that set up first so that it has time to fill up the buffer of ore, and then we'll get the zinc processing station going. Somewhere up here is... Can I find it? Can I find it without a search? It's like the only red icon. Yes, I found it. Nope. And the alert's gone. Yeah. I've seen that error in the past, but only when I have been, like, changing the stations out from under CyberSyn, and it, like, dispatched a train to something that no longer exists as a station, right? But that shouldn't be the case here. I don't know. I am deeply confused. So I think what I actually want to do, ultimately, is, if I clear into that, I think that's enough for the trumpet blueprint to fit correctly. Yes. So I'm going to make this a trumpet here. And then we're going to have this path go up to, like, around here. And this one as well. And then we're going to end up with kind of these two boxes that we can build into and around. And then we'll do, like, from this edge here and up and over another box. What did I just click on? And then that would come over to, I don't know, however I want to hook it up to this side of the base, and I still haven't figured that out. But this main section is going to go from this corner here, becomes another T and goes up. Or I guess it could become a cross. Like, my junctions are fine. I don't need to worry about, oh. Uranium rock? Okay. That's stupid. Alright, game, can you figure it out? Yeah, you can. So yeah, this will come up here. I could use cross junctions more often. My default is to use 2 T-junctions next to each other, because I always think of that as better for, like, throughput and not blocking things, but my cross junction is a cloverleaf, and it's fine, right? With elevated rails, a lot of, like, what my brain says about junctions is wrong now. So yeah, that's a thing. I guess we can actually go up here, and then I can do the zinc processing going this way. Let's do that. So let's grab another clover leaf. And hopefully I have everything I need to hook this all up. Yeah. I'm gonna have, like, just enough rail ramps here. One, two. I think I'm gonna need a third one of these. This has a lot of stations. This zinc processing. So we'll go big. Usually a section of 2 straights gives me, you can see I have room for 3 stations, not quite 4. And we have, I think I said there were 8 stations total, so I'm going to need the extra space here. Oh, look, another train has unexpectedly blah blah blah. Okay. So, looking at this in YAFC here, we're gonna have, again, 1 solid and 1 liquid input, and then Yeah, 1 solid input, 1 liquid input. I guess I could do 2 solid inputs if I wanted to split the zinc ore out into, like, its own specific thing, but I don't think I need to. And then we're gonna have... Oh, I also want to have an output for molten zinc. That's been something I've been doing because we have alloys and stuff in the future, so I've always been kind of ensuring that I want to have molten and solid versions of all the metal on rails. So that's actually 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 outputs. 7 outputs, because we have ash is... No, ash is accounted for. So yeah, 6 outputs, 2 inputs. So yeah, 8. That's what I said before. Weird. And then, yeah, the fluid input is just a couple of things. The solid input. The question is, do I need a second solid input, or can I get away with... I mean, the sand castings, the coke, and the borax are all in very small quantities, so I'm not too worried about it. Yeah. So this is what we'll build. Twitch is telling me that it is time for another ad, though. So I will go ahead and let Twitch run its ad. And then when I come back, we can go ahead and get this zinc build done. I'll see everyone in just a few minutes. Alright, thanks for sticking around through the ad break, folks. I do appreciate it. I do try to run ads as little as possible. Twitch is always going to run some, but I always try to run them in a way that's going to be the least disruptive, and that means usually taking a little bit of a break when they run so that you don't have to miss anything that I'm doing. Alright. I did get myself down here during the break, and I just started setting up the zinc mine. There's nothing fancy going on here, so I figured no one would mind if I got this started. And then I want to make sure that I hook this up to the right power grid. Which is this one, yes? Yes, this one. This is the correct power grid. Okay. The Geothermal runs on its own mini power grid, so that if the base goes down, and I absolutely have to, I can try to rebootstrap from geothermal. It shouldn't be a problem anymore at this point in the game. I don't think I could brown out hard enough to actually require that, but I have it if I need it. And I don't want to accidentally bridge them. There we go. Yep, there we go. They're running. Perfect. So that will be zinc ore available over here. And then right up here is where I had set up the section to do the zinc processing. So we can get right into that. And I still don't know why my trains keep not making deliveries. It's deeply concerning. All right, what does Yafsi say the first step is? Zinc ore plus iron sticks into zinc grade 1 soil and stone. Okay. So, let's grab... I'm not going to have everything I need to build all of these stations, by the way. So we're going to have to go back to base to grab station materials. Including actual stations, apparently. But if I output the zinc ore here... So 12, 5.1, 6.6 items a second off of 12 ball mills. All right. So we can just drop these right here. Yeah, and these only output a very small amount of items, but they also need to bring in the iron sticks. So they're going to have an input on both sides. And the input on the other side is 1 1/4 items. All right. We might be able to get away with just one inserter, but why bother? They're not that expensive. And then output of these will be... like so. And then the other input here, of course, is the iron sticks. And iron sticks are made in 3 automated factories from 4.5 iron a minute. All right. So that's 3 of these guys sticking out iron plates. Those feed into 3 factories, which are not small buildings. Making iron sticks. Yeah, 2 a second, so each of these gets 1, 1, 1. And then the outputs of these, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that is our first stage of zinc processing. Now we have we have two byproducts here. We have stone and soil. Soil we process locally. I'll take care of that in a second. Stone needs to go onto rails, and that is all of the stone that is output from this, which is nice. So if I make a solid pickup station right here, and if we take our output, which is here, stone to the left, oh, yeah, that won't work. Of course, these are at the same level. Let me be slightly less stupid about this. We're going to bring this down just one. There we go. Now we have our input belt here. The output belt will be one above it. For the stone, comes into here, 1.5 items a second. There we go. That'll be stone. Oh, and because it is a byproduct, as always, we need to set up high priority, just like we did earlier for the chromium. Now, out of this side, we're going to have both soil and the zinc that we want. So let's do the soil processing as well. So output priority left soil. Here. That goes into our 4 electrolyzers. And then we're also going to need... No, sorry. That goes into 3 washers. Making muddy sludge. Two and a half items a second is... Just use blues, it'll be easier. Easier to route everything through with blues. Water will need to be fed in. And this is why it's easier to do everything with blues, because we need the space for power poles there. And then on this side, we have muddy sludge coming out, and that's what feeds into the 4 electrolyzers. Which make water from muddy sludge. I guess I'm out of landfill. Yes, I'm out of landfill. Okay. So I got a bunch of stuff that I'm going to have to take care of soon. Oh, I forgot to make a outfall. What do I need for an outfall? A little bit of iron plate. Okay. I don't have easy access to that right now either. All right. That's fine. And then do I have the space here for a... No, we kind of get right into the edge of it here, don't we? All right, let's do this a little differently then. Let's take these, flip it vertically. Do them right here. There we go. And then these also output soil. So we do need to have soil coming out. And move everything over by one. Okay. That should pretty much do the job there. The water needs to go to an outfall, like I said, and I can put that down here. That won't be a problem. The oxygen needs to come out and go up to a provider here, and that's what this is for. This fluid pickup station is still in the way. I didn't realize how... You know what? That's fine. We'll do it a little bit non-standard. It doesn't matter. There we go. There's still plenty of space for the next stations to be connected here, so it doesn't really matter if this is a little weird. And then, as always, get our priority stations set up there and make sure that these are all hooked up to this. Make sure that all the tanks are on the circuit network so that the station knows what it can actually provide. There we go. Those are the words. Yeah, and then the water will come out of this. To an outfall. It'll probably have to come down to like here before there's enough space in the water to attach it, but that's okay. This can go right there, feeding in. All right, that is getting there. So that's it for the stone and the soil byproducts. And then finally, we're going to have this zinc that comes out. It needs to come this way. And we'll figure out what that needs to turn into. 3 impact crushers. Doing zinc grade 2. Yeah, which are all going to output 1 1/4 items a second, because of course they are. All right, and then that'll need to be, again, we come out here. We drop one of these. Output left is going to be the sand. And then if we drop a solid pickup station here, that will be, yeah, this will come right up here. There we go. And then we're going to have more steps doing more parts of that. But it's time to head back to the mall and grab some of the stuff that we need. I'm always running out of things. Landfill is the big one, and I'll grab some landfill on the way by. Or not. Wait, isn't it right? Oh yeah, I just walked right past it. This one. But the majority of our landfill does still come from the belt base. I could probably turn off landfill production in the belt base, and what would happen is we'd direct less stone into it, and then we'd make more landfill on the rail base. But that's okay. So landfill was the big thing that I need, but I also need the stuff to make train stations, because I'm constantly making train stations by hand. Circuits probably are my limiting factor. Yes, circuits. All right. And then we'll also get delivered some of the, like, warehouses and things. And I forgot to turn off all the requests for this, so bots are going to bring me extra stuff. And it's going to be cool. But what I mostly cared about was getting landfill and train station parts right now, I think. I should grab some more blue inserters, because those are going to be important. Maybe some more yellows, too. Alright, that should be fine. And if I come down here, I should have landfill. There we go. All right, and I should be able to... What did I... I'm so good at this game. This is a pickup station, not a drop-off station. But that's okay, I can fix it. They're the same. Okay, so what are we requesting here? We need iron plate. We need borax. We need sand castings. And we need zinc ore. And this is why I was thinking about making another station, because, like, yes, all of this stuff fits fine, but it is... It's a lot to have coming into one station, and I could easily remove zinc ore from this station and set up another drop-off station right here and route the zinc ore in. I think that's what I'm going to do. After doing all this work to, like, fit this right around this station, I know, but... because now this can request, like, all of the zinc ore. There we go. And of course we got a delivery. That's fine. I'll manually move this ore from here up to here. That's not a big deal. I have the inventory space for it. All right. So at this point, we have... we have done zinc grade 2. Okay. So the zinc grade 2 feeds into hydro classifiers. Oh, I forgot to make a... oh, good. I have the stuff for it. Excellent. Let's take care of this before I forget. Yeah, see, this is all too narrow, which is what I thought it would be. So we'll just do it right here. There we go. That's the water output here. All right, so these come out, and again, we kind of loop them back through. And those feed into 3 hydro classifiers. Doing zinc, yep. Yeah, and these output, because of course they do, more muddy sludge. So this needs to be brought over here, where it can be hooked up to this system to be taken care of, disposed of along with the rest of the soil and the muddy sludge. This water on this side is an input, so there's nothing special about that. Do I want to hook it up to this, or do I want to just do this and not even think about it? I want to just do this and not think about it. That's... not thinking is always my favorite thing to do. All right, and these are 1 1/4 items in each, so that'll be 2 inserters. All right, so I think we're looking good here. This is all going to start to turn on. We're making iron rods, which is great, or iron sticks, or whatever they're called. This is going to be outputting... yep, and then we got to get out the zinc grade 3, which is another 2 of these guys, but at least there's no other byproducts this time. That zinc grade 3 feeds into our advanced foundries, okay, along with limestone and heavy oil and heat. So this is where it all starts to get interesting. I have sand. I picked the wrong sand. There we go. All right, so this is going to come out here. The other side of this needs to be from soil extractors. How many of them making limestone for this? 6. All right. Alright, so we're going to have limestone and the zinc grade, whatever, grade 3. And that needs to feed into 5 advanced foundries. So we're going to have 5 advanced foundries. Where do I want those to be? Let's do them over this way, because I'm going to need to bring in the heavy oil for them, which means I need to do my, like, fluid drop-off station around here somewhere. So let's bring it out this way. So if we grab 5 advanced foundries, and these also need heat, but that'll be okay. Molten zinc. All right, so how do I handle this in a sane way? If I take in my 2 solid inputs on the top and my fluid, yep. And then I can run 1 heat pipe up and then run them down, right? This takes in 1 point something items a second. So 2 inserters. Pipes in the way. We'll do it on this end. 2 inserters. And then power. And then I just put down 5 of these. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. And then coal power plant just gets dropped like wherever. Yeah. The coal will come down from there. I'll bring that in. I can do that now, actually. May as well. We do not need anywhere near this much coke, but keeping it all buffered on the belt means that if something goes wrong and it starts to run out for some reason... Oh, I forgot to put coke in here. Yeah, so we needed 2 stations anyway. If something goes wrong and this starts to, like, run out for whatever reason, we will have a lot of buffer before it actually fails. Because, yeah, this only uses 1/4 of a coke a second, so, like, whatever. But there we go. And then these guys are gonna... Oh, shoot. I just realized that doesn't work. No, it'll work. It'll work. We're okay. We just gotta do it this way. Okay. So that is going to be the molten zinc. Oh, helps if I finish the belt. Okay. And then this pipe here is going to be the heavy oil in. So let's get our fluid drop-off going. And I'm going to do it like right here across from this station, I think. Because then I can bring the pipes right down here, and that's more or less where I need them. Oh, I'm out of power poles? Darn it. Okay. We're going to have to make another trek back to base shortly then. Grab power poles. My two fluid inputs are hot air and heavy oil. Heavy oil and hot air. And here, same thing. Heavy oil. Hot air. All right. And then the heavy oil will come out here. What was I doing? Here. This. Okay. So that's the heavy oil in that these are going to need. They're still not up to temperature because we still don't have Coke. I don't know why we don't have Coke. It'll get here eventually, I hope. Nope, there it is. Perfect. This I apparently just made way too long. All right. And then the molten zinc needs to go into a fluid provider station, fluid pickup. And then it will also need to go into a place where it can be made into castings and stuff. But fluid pickup first. Let's pump into that. All right. Also out of underground pipes. I go through so many underground pipes. It's truly astounding. I think everyone kind of like conceptually knows that Pi has a lot of fluids, but $33,000 pipes undergrounds and 15,000 regular pipes just connecting them. Oh. Oh, but deconstructed 10,000. So my net is 25,000 pipes, give or take, in the base. We're up to 35,000 rails. We don't have more rails than belts yet, but we'll get there. On average, I've made 15 belts a minute. That's great. That's cool. Anyway. Train is unexpectedly returned to depot. I still don't know what causes that. And I'm not investigating it right now, that's for sure. Oh, oops. Okay. So, all right, this is finally running. These are going to take a little while to get up to temperature. That's fine. Oh, this is going to have an ash output, so I need to get that taken care of up to a ash provider station. So let's get that as a solid pickup station. Excuse me, a solid pickup station. And that can sneak right up there. Yeah, kind of right through here. Oh. Why am I like this? I knew that there was a corner there. This needs to be, like, way further back. And then I can take this one here. There we go. And this will need to be hooked up. I need to make sure, let's see, this is a byproduct station, so it needs that. This is a byproduct station, it has one. This is an input, it doesn't need priorities. This is an output, it's a byproduct, it's already all set as a byproduct. This is a byproduct, okay. So yeah. And we're at 8 stations, and we're going to have a 9th one. It'll be, I guess, right here will be the actual zinc plate pickup when I build that. And that is the last thing that needs to be built, is the zinc plate casting. Which needs the borax and the sand castings and the hot air that comes off of this. And that goes into a whole... Oh, it's just one casting machine. Okay. Cool. So yeah, if we do a solid pickup station here... Get rid of that. Let's delete some of this forest, because it is very much in my way. What I should be able to do is take this one casting unit, and because this has a poop chute, I can feed it directly in. Grab zinc plate using hot air. Yep. We're gonna want... that part. And then this pumps zinc into this station. And then we need to make it available to this side, which we will do via what? Yeah, we pump right back out. All right, that'll be the zinc in. So that is pretty much that piece. So now I just need to bring over, and of course it's all the way down here. If I grab this, except I need to change these filters to be sand castings and borax. Now I just need to figure out how I want to get that over to here. Which I guess is going to come right up through here, which I don't necessarily love, but like, whatever. All right. So that should be the last moving pieces of this. I just need, like, a bunch of pipes and power poles to get it all actually connected together. And then we're going to be providing fluid zinc and solid zinc to the rest of the base. Okay. So these haven't gotten a delivery of heavy oil yet. Oh, and this won't request even until it has power, of course. When it does request, will there be heavy oil available? We have 24,000, which is not quite enough for... But we will soon have enough to run it. And again, I mentioned this way back at the start of the stream when I was setting all this up. The zinc is built to a 1 belt of zinc ore scale. I am not currently producing enough heavy oil for that, so zinc will run slowly, and that's okay. We will eventually have more oil processing going. We'll need it for other things, and zinc will just scale up with the rest of my oil processing. Our demand for zinc is not going to be that high that we need to be running it at full scale anyway. It's just, I'm doing the build at that scale while I'm building it, so I don't have to rebuild it. You know, I'm kind of getting everything up to this baseline of, like, hot air casting for all my metals, and then I don't really want to have to think about them for the next 100 hours. That is the theory, at any rate. All right, well, those were the only two things that I think I needed to turn the rest of that on. So, yeah, let's clean some crap out of my inventory. But, let's head back down. I should have everything I need to finish the overall construction of those. All right, so this should be requesting... Oh, no, I didn't even set that up. Hot air. And heavy oil. There we go. Down here, this is... Oh, this is going to be the molten provider station. So that's fine. This is really just going to be a pass-through in the short term because nothing should be requesting molten zinc. Up here, we've got... Yep, we just need hot air and the zinc itself to be ready to go. Here... Oh, we're still waiting for heavy oil. Okay, that's going to be, I think... I mean, it's expected to be our limiting reagent, so... That's fine. That's fine. I think this is good to go. I think this is just waiting for its first delivery of heavy oil to do the molten zinc, and then we'll be all set. I wonder, had I instead chosen this, how hot do these get? Doesn't say. Where do I have a burner in use? These get up to exactly 500. And these need 450. Okay. So I could have done this with a burner, I guess. Instead of coal. I would have needed like 3 burners, but yeah. Could have been done. Maybe should have been done. Oh well. It's fine. It's not that much ash, and I have way too much coke in the base anyway. Too much coke. Alright, so I think other than waiting for, again, this first heavy oil delivery, which is going to take a minute for us to get up to 25,000. Oh, this is backed up on the huh? Uh-huh. Oh! I missed a belt. I'm actually surprised how much it managed to... Also, these need to be on 2 sides of the belt now with 2 of them. How do I best do that here in this very confined space? How do I best do that in this very confined space? I think what I do is I make more space. There we go. Problem solved. And then this, oh, is missing bitumen, unfortunately. Oh, and this means that we overflowed and we turned a bunch of this low distillates into more BTX, which I didn't necessarily want to do. Cool. I'm not sad about this at all. Okay. Well... that is unfortunate, because until I get more bitumen... don't know if I can actually get enough heavy oil here. Okay, this says 25k. We might just get to the threshold for it to dispatch a train. And see the zinc. Yes, we have a train with a stop. Okay, we did it. It's fine. It's fine. Everything is fine. Alrighty then, and I think, yeah, if I just hop in this train, we can go for a little train ride. And this should be a pretty short trip over to zinc processing. And there we go. Molten zinc. Molten zinc, which should also be getting pumped out into this guy. Yes. Yes. I don't know what I was doing there. That was a little bit too Megatron, wasn't it? Okay. Cool. This is going to be slow initially because basically these tanks are going to look mostly empty, which means this pump is going to run slowly. But it's fine. It's fine. We're not going to use that much zinc, so it doesn't matter. And once this is, like, full, like, once the system stabilizes, this will always be full, right? And it'll just pump out what it needs to make plates every time plates are used. Yeah, you are indeed stuck. What did I do? 70, 30, 70. That is more than 120. Brandon, why do you do this to yourself? Why are you so bad at math? 45 stacks? No, not 745 stacks. Oh god, stop. 45 stacks. And that should total 120? Alright. And, like, this is dumping out gravel as fast as it can right now. Which is cool and all, and it's making a bunch of sand, which is cool and all. Which is going to be available down here. And then when that's done, it'll switch to making concrete, which is, backed up. Oh. Well, that's, part of the problem, then, is that we have backed up on concrete in this system. I did not even realize that that was possible. So that means that once we run out of space for sand, the system is, like, overloaded. Okay. And that's why it hasn't been making much landfill, is because it's not getting stone. So it just doesn't even try to make landfill without stone. I could probably change some of the configuration of this so that it will more easily, when it has a combination of both stone and gravel, make stone. But for now, what I am going to do is I need a concrete sink on rails, or I need to go over there and just change out that concrete machine for something else. Or the concrete storage, rather. Should be, well, do I really want to upgrade it right now? I don't really want to upgrade it right now. Too far north, sorry. I'm going so much more quickly than I was used to that I lose track of where I am. Okay, let's figure out what we want to do here. Alright, this is outputting stone now, at least, which is cool. But it will switch back to gravel soon. And that is pretty backed up, fortunately. mean, I could do something with concrete, but for now, I think we're just doing this, and I'll deal with the problem later. Why solve a problem today when I can defer it for tomorrow? I think in general, like, we need to figure out a more standardized base paving methodology. Like, I've been adding asphalt where I need it, because the speed of asphalt is really good, and it's great for my highways. But I should really be paving, like, all these side areas, too, and that's a good spot for all this concrete. I just have to decide that I want to invest in that. Okay. I'm going to check off zinc, because I'm assuming that it works. That's probably a poor assumption, but... No, it does work. I saw it run. Yeah. We're good. I do need to hook up a couple more radars over here as we get closer to this region. So I'm going to go do that while I'm thinking about it. Do I have radars? I do, but I'll make a few more. All right, let's go get radar over there so that I have coverage of the whole base. And then we should have, at this point, enough tufas and whatever the heck they're called, the palm trees, to start working on Korlex build. That was one of the things that I wanted to do today, was to actually get that going. So that is potentially a project we could jump on. What time is it? How long have I been playing? It is 5:30 in the evening. I have been playing for just over 4 hours. All right, which means that Twitch is going to want to run an ad in just a couple of minutes. Ad starts in 1 minute, 45 seconds. Yes, just a couple of minutes. So, I think I should have time to start the Korlex setup. I don't see any reason why we can't at least get that started when we come back from the ad break. We might not get it finished, but we can start it. So we have to do the Korlex food build first. And as we can see, this is just a bunch of stuff on site. We're going to need more Korlex food than this, because this is just scaling for one of these machines making Korlex. But I'm also going to need some ranches making milk. Right? And those are also going to need Korlex food. Not that one. From this one. Yeah. And like, how much Korlex milk do we need in Unified Science? Do I have a Korlex milk somewhere? Empty the milk barrels. Yes. Oh, here we go. Filled milk barrel. Okay, this has 2 easy squeeze ranches. That's not so bad. So whatever scale I want to build these to in my overall Korlex setup, I think is fine. I have this over here that's like Korlex food, which I forgot I had as a separate tab. We're not going to use that. We're going to do it down here. Do Fawaji spores. All right. And then I said I needed how much Korlex milk from Unified Science View? This said 2 easy squeeze ranches. Okay. And I mean, I could probably build that even larger. But, I mean, we can see that our inputs to this Korlex food build are pretty small, all things considered. Let's see. Clay is also made on site. Sorry, that's from Steam 2. Yeah. All right. So this is, and then, yeah, we'll empty the Korlex milk barrels directly on site, and we'll send around liquid Korlex milk. Because I don't think we need there's no sense looping these barrels. I'll just need to make empty milk barrels as well. Whatever those are made with, just steel. Okay. Same as regular barrels. So yeah, this will be our build. We'll just have the one Easy Squeeze Ranch set up to start kicking out Korlex to be used as modules. And then we'll also get this build set up while those modules are growing, to make milk for science. And then that'll just start accumulating over time. We've already got the 2 frizz on rails. We've already got fish on rails. I think this just happens. Like, I think today is finally Korlex Day. I know I've been saying that for like 2 months now, but today is finally Korlex Day. It's happening. All right, I'm gonna let the ad run, and when we come back from the ad break, we can jump right into all of this. I think the only thing I need to think about is maybe sulfuric acid, fish hydrolysate in part of this build. We'll finish planning it out. We'll get it figured out. But thanks for sticking around through the break, and I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. All right. It says the ad is over now. Perfect timing. So let me see. Filled milk barrel needs to go in. Whoops. Create nested table in there. And then move Korlex food below. And then Korlex should also be a nested table, right? Yeah, there we go. That way these things don't, like, get confused with each other. Sodium hydroxide, I really should centralize. I think I'm making it in a couple of places on Rails already, and I want to switch to doing it centralized. Fish comes in, water pumping, and sulfuric acid. I believe I have acid gas on Rails, so we'll have to make it on site. I'll double check that, but I believe this is what we got. I maybe should put sulfuric acid on Rails, because I think it's denser than acid gas. Yeah, 100 acid gas to 50 sulfuric acid. I'm pointing at my screen like you can see it. So yeah, maybe I should do that at some point, but it's not a big deal. Barrels should loop. Barrels are not looping. Why barrels no loop? Wait, does something net lose barrels? No. Oh. Oh. I see. Unlink water barrels. Link them internally. This is the problem. There we go. Oh, and I didn't realize that we also need to get Tufra seeds out of our Tufra... Well, no, we'll do those on site. That's easy. We just bring in the Tufras, and we do the Tufra seeds, and then we also need to make Kickalks. I don't think we have any reason to use the fancier recipe yet. Yeah, there's, like, nothing here. And again, we do Kickalks on site because they are relatively straightforward. They only have clay as an input. We're doing the Tufras centralized because they have manure and coarse fraction and other... It's a mess. All right, so these are not quite all of our builds, but close. Let's make sure we've got everything actually set up. And we need to do the native flora mining on site for this. That's fine. Is this really all the Korlex food that I need right now? I mean, I guess unless I decide I want to make... Oh, the good alien sample also needs Korlex milk. Let's make sure that that's accounted for in Unified Science. It is not. We're not making good alien samples yet. Okay. Good catch, Brandon. DNA polymerase, does that need it? Nope. Microfiber is just fiber and hydroxide. That's fine. Arcod venom. Cool. So I think that means we actually need 3 easy squeeze ranches making milk barrels, not 2, which I doubt is going to materially change this build. Maybe we need a little more Kickalks or a little more Phawagy, but like all in all, this is a very simple build. Well, not simple, but low scale build. All right. Yeah, and then like the Kickalks and the Phawagy and the seaweed on site are going to be the limiting factors for this thing. So, like, as long as I leave room, I can expand it just by adding. It looks like we can almost double this with the one spore collector, and that won't be too bad. All right, so this is what we're building. Let's try this thing again. Export entities to no. Shopping list. Export to blueprint as a requester chest. And then I go back into the game. I import the blueprint string. Drop the shopping list. I call this Korlex stuff. Then I add a section. Korlex stuff. There we go. And I delete the ones that I'm not using. All right, so this is everything that we're going to need. We're going to have to make some easy squeeze ranches. Those are obviously not made yet. Same with the kick-out plantations. I don't remember if I put those in the mall, actually. I may have put those in the mall. We might not get all of our kick-outs yet. We might not get all of our Fawaji and seaweed yet. But let's head to base, and let's get ourselves all stocked up and get ready to build this stuff. And obviously we won't have the Korlex themselves yet to be the modules, because one of the things that we're building is the Korlex breeder. But I can check over here, and we should have at least a small number of Korlex 11. Not a lot, but we'll get the job done. I wonder, do I have... I could make more, is what I'm seeing here, if I wanted to throw more Logi-Sai into this to make cow DNA samples, but I don't think I need to, honestly. I think 11 should be enough to get it started. So let's head up here where the bots can be a little less sad. And let's figure out what we don't have available. It looks like... Oh, on the way, 120 kickouts. All right, they got made. On the way, 50 Fawaji. On the way, seaweed. Beautiful. So it's just the Easy Squeeze Ranch. Okay. Let's get those on... Easy Squeeze Ranch, and we will see... Tell me that's plastic and not melamine. Okay, thank goodness. These are gonna stink to build by hand, though. What do I need? I need small parts, steel plates, and plastic bars. Steel. Small parts. Where do I bring plastic into the upper area? Is this plastic? This looks like it could be plastic. And this looks like it's probably where I should have put one of these guys, but didn't. Unless I do have one over here. Nope. I don't think I had a plastic provider. I think it's just working off of spare plastic that's ended up in the Logi network, so... Alright, more steam engines, glass, more plastic, I'm sure. This is the usual dance of building buildings that are not in the mall, but that's okay. We'll get there. And just more steel. All right, I also am going to need some barrels. Yeah, I'll just grab those. Hopefully that's enough. I don't know. I could grab some extras. But we are going to have to get some barrels looping for various parts of this process, so... Cool. Let me see what I can do to clean out my inventory a little bit of the things that I do not need. But I think at this point, we're pretty much just waiting for the bots to get the rest of these buildings to me. And then we'll go we'll set up the breeder, well, we'll set up Korlex food first, and then we'll set up the breeder, and then we'll set up, milk. That seems like the correct order of operations for this. Yeah, and the food is only 3 solid inputs and 2 fluid inputs? That's actually not bad. That's only... It's 3 stations in total. Yeah. And then I said I was going to look into centralizing sodium hydroxide production because it has byproducts and it's just easier to take care of them if it's kind of in one place, right? As easy as it is to just, like, ship saline water around. Oh, and I need to make empty milk barrels. Let's get some of those made. We'll make 50 of those. Interesting that regular barrels stack to 50 and milk barrels stack to 100. Pyanodons is, as always, a mystery. Alright, one more Phawagy, a few more Kickalks, one more Botanical Nursery. We're almost there. We're almost ready to go do this. Kind of everything else the bots are doing can wait, question mark? I might need more rails, actually. Just get rid of... I don't actually need to be requesting iron by default anymore, or concrete, or stone brick. Ew. Yeah, we can clear a bunch of this stuff out. Basically, all of the metals that I have, I tend to just accrue in my inventory. And I usually try to keep some stuff around so I can craft with it, but my inventory is getting pretty full right now with all these different buildings and stuff that I need. So I'm going to clear it out, and we're going to make room for... for the stuff we actually need, because we're going to need a lot more rails, we're going to need a lot more belts, so I'm expecting to fill up another couple rows here of just stuff. Just like that. I want to grab more inserters, we're going to use a bunch of inserters. Oh. Why no blues? That's not good. Oh. Because we've been making bots again, that's why. Funny. I mean, not funny, haha. Funny, weird. It does not cease to amaze me how many thousands of bots I can keep busy just trying to run the bot mall and keep my inventory managed. It is non-stop. This is set up, by the way. I did this a long time ago. But these inserters are enabled if available Logibots is 0, right? Like that's... So as long as there's... all the bots are busy, it will make more. And somehow I managed to keep them all busy. Very consistently. Do I have everything? Not yet. I'm still waiting for a few more kick elks. Alright. And I guess we're just going to have to deal with the fact that we have very few blue inserters right now. And hope that we can... we probably won't have enough to build everything, but I'm going to hope that they accrue up here while I'm on my way down there and getting most of this build done. And then I can come back and grab a bunch of inserters, and, you know, we'll probably have to grab underground pipes and belts and... Oh, underground belts would be good. How do I have no underground belts? Oh, underground belts are not in my normal requests. That's why. That's funny. And, okay, we've got all the kick-out modules. I don't think I need to stand around and let the bots do anymore. I mean, they have thousands of items they want to pull out of my inventory, but that's going to take them a significant amount of time if I just wait for them to do it. So, I think... yeah, let's just get going. We'll come back, and the bots will be recharged, and they will flood out of the roboports and start collecting things from me the next time I go up there. That's how it always works. All right, so our first build is going to be the Korlex food. Which I might actually go over and do it on this side, mostly because I don't want to deal with waiting for the bots to do all this landfill. Yeah, and then the Korlex food only has 3 stations in total: a fluid input, a solid input, and a solid output. So it should not take us all that long to get it running. All right, so that'll be all we need for this. We only need 3 stations, so even though this build for whatever's here, chromium, yeah, this is chromium, is so close here, we just don't have to use this side of this siding at all. We'll just use this side of the road, and that'll be our build. How is chromium, by the way? Chromium is totally full on everything? Yes, it is. All right, cool. Drastically overbuilt chromium build. So yeah, let's get our 2 inputs. Let's do the fluid drop-off first, because I feel like it. And then solid drop-off here. And then solid pickup here. This needs to be reconfigured. I should really make a blueprint for multi fluid drop-off stations so that I have like the pieces to configure it properly, but that's okay. What are our inputs? Fish oil and saline water. All right. Fish oil. Nope. Same mistake twice. Saline water. Over here. Saline water. So that will be that request for those things. Over here, our solid inputs are tin plates, fish, and jerky. And these are all in fairly low quantities. So I'm not too worried about them all being on one station or worrying too much about anything like that. And then the solid pickup station will be the actual output. Okay. So our final output is an automated factory making the Korlex food. We do need, steam is shared because we also need some for clay for kickoffs, but we can set up just that for now. And then the output of this will just be one outserter into this provider station, and that's it. The fish oil comes around there. And that should be just fine. And then some of the other things, the jerky, fish, and tin plate all need to come directly over. And then the saline water needs to be processed down into just salt, right? We don't use the saline water directly in anything? No, it's just for salt. Okay. So let's grab an evaporator. Salt. All right. That is... salt. How much salt are we making? 0.15 a second. Okay. Nothing. We're making nothing. Okay. So coming out of this, we're going to have tin fish jerky, and then also the salt that I'm bringing over here. So these are going to be basically these same tin plate, fish, and then they'll turn into a two-sided belt like that. Let's drop this right here. Then we're going to need one more for jerky. And those will have to come over here. So we're going to have one of them in right here. And then the other one can come in. Actually, I'll do it right here. Means that we want to do it like there. Oop, not those. I need those as modules. All right. And then, oh, I didn't even look for... Oh, I got lucky. I forgot about needing native flora, but we're okay. So the other things, we're going to have jerky and fish. We're going to have native flora, kickalc seeds, fawaji, seaweed, and the fish oil just still hasn't been delivered. Is fish oil, like, working? That's a question that I could ask myself. Yes, but not, like, super well. Does that mean we're not making enough fish? Fish is dead. What? How is this possible? So, the way this is designed, right, is fish come out of here, and they feed into this first, right? They come through here, we filter out the fish food, we filter out the fish gets split to here. So even if we weren't making fish for a while, the loop should keep going because the fish eggs will spoil, we'll make more eggs, and that'll pull in fish, and fish is always fish positive. I wonder if we were temporarily out of lamps or filtration media or biomass, and that led to the system stalling out and failing to continue building fish. Ooh. But yeah, it's totally stalled out. I'm gonna have to go grab these fish out of the output and feed them into the egg machines. And it should come right back on, but obviously this is deeply concerning. Yeah, I really don't understand what went wrong. So this is 4 things, so like I can't buffer any of these. Wait. We only have like 11 stacks of biomass in here, and this should be requesting more. And there's no trains with this stop. Okay, so biomass is an issue, is what I'm seeing. I'm not sure where we actually make biomass. So it ends up as a byproduct here. I make it from biocrud as part of fertilizer. And those are separate builds though. So biocrud to biomass puts the biomass on rails. Yeah, we just haven't had enough biocrud to do it recently. Fertilizer needs to be a low priority station. That's, I think, part of the issue is this thing will just suck up all of my biomass. Let's just run it like this. I don't know if it actually has to be low priority, but I think it does need to not be trying to suck up all the biomass and keep its station full all the time. Although fertilizer is full anyway, so whatever. I don't think anything else really is pulling in biomass as an input. So what are they all doing? I guess I did get a bunch of buildings, right? Every time I get buildings, the bots are dispatched to dozens of chests to be building buildings and building the intermediates of those buildings. So, like, the system is wild. All right. So, yeah, that's probably what went wrong with fish, was we ran out of biomass. And that could very easily go wrong again. But I don't know what to do about it, so I'm just gonna let it run, and I'm gonna pretend it's not a problem until I think of better ways to get biomass on rails. Where's my... Not that build. This one? Yeah, so this feeds... So what I could do... And I'd need to find a place to hook up the station. I guess I can do it right over here. Is... Here, where we're turning this biomass into CO2 to a top-up valve over here. Or sorry, this runs by default, and the moondrops are a top-up valve. I could switch this entirely to moondrop CO2 and push out the biomass to the rail base. And that would be another source of biomass available to the overall system. I like that plan. I also think it's interesting that we finally used all of our coal dust. Did I actually end up making the coal dust sink that I talked about? I don't think I did. What used all the coal dust? Hold up. Because, like, yeah, I do have a little bit for, like, filtration media and a little bit for empty comb. But I thought that was, like, it. So... unclear to me where all the coal dust went. We are using filtration media more now that we have fish running, so maybe it just drained into fish. I would be okay with that if that's what happened. Yeah, so this is still bootstrapping itself. But the biomass situation is only going to get worse. Yep, okay. I'm going to go over... I'm going to distract myself from Korlex, and we're going to go over here. And actually... do I have... no, I don't have anything that I need for anything. What do I need for a moondrop greenhouse? I might actually have the stuff for it. Small parts, copper, iron, glass. I need more iron and more small parts. Okay, no, I don't have enough iron for it. I could have enough iron for it, though, if I wanted to. Let's go set up another moondrop greenhouse, and we'll switch that system entirely to moondrop-based CO2, and we'll push the biomass into the railbase. I think that's the best path forward. Let me do this as well while I'm here. Because I come down... oh, wrong path. This is the one that I come down often. Alright, and that's going to handcraft a bunch of garbage. That's fine. Alright, bots. Are we done? Cool. Let's go this way. I think the best place to pick up moondrops is still at the belt base. We are... yeah. I'm probably making them somewhere else where I could use them, but, like, if I just need a few for modules, then, like, there. Done. Now I have moondrops. And over here... we want to duplicate this. We want to... this. This. We want to take down this. We want to put that like that. Then this is as good a spot as any for a solid pickup station. I don't know how much biomass that can actually make. I don't think it's going to be a whole belt worth, though, so I'm not worried about it. There we go. Yeah. Oh, and I need to make sure this is output priority left. Because this needs to be able to fuel itself above all else. and make sure that it has the ash that it needs to keep making everything. And these are, yeah. Cool. I think that's right. We'll see. And obviously having this biomass available depends somewhat also on how much fiber we're pulling into the base. Because, like, clearly right now we're not. So this may not have been as useful of a process as I thought it was going to be. Because we don't actually have this much here, but it will be another source for biomass moving forward, right? And that's what matters. We're not, like, intentionally ashing. Oh. The answer is yes, we do intentionally ash biomass, but it's low priority. Okay. I need to look into... I was talking to someone in the Pyanodon's Discord. I don't remember who. And what they were doing with their sort of final, like, destroy things sinks, like ashing biomass, was they used... basically a different network or subnetwork, and they were able to have the sinks do always only request from the subnetwork, and then provider stations would enable that subnetwork if they were above a different threshold. You do that, Grim? Okay. Yeah. So that's what I should figure out for, like, especially this, that, like, destroys biomass, like... Oh, and hey, actually, this is good, because we do finally have a train going to, somewhere. Hopefully it's fish. Oh, this one got it. Okay. But, yeah, because we really only want to push to sinks when our provider chests or our provider stations are sitting, you know, above 80, 90% or something like that, right? Like, it's only when it's an emergency. And right now, it's anytime something else doesn't immediately have demand, a sink will get it. And, like, that is theoretically fine because we buffer things, you know, at the request side as well, right? But it does mean that there's not always stuff available when a requester wants it. And that's, I think part of why this broke, right, is it happened to hit a point when, like, all the biomass had recently been flushed out and there wasn't any buffered at provider stations, and then it died. Or I'm assuming it was the biomass. It probably wasn't lamps or filtration media. I have tons of both of those. So I don't have sinks for lamps or filtration media. So it must have been the biomass that ran out here. And, like, yeah. So that's a to-do list item for me, is to figure out how that works in CyberSyn. And we might get that. We might get to that today, or we might not. I'm not sure. I want to go back to working on the Korlex, though, because hopefully fish is sufficiently stable for now, and adding the extra biomass source should help with everything. So, yeah, this is just waiting on. It's waiting on fish. Okay. Yeah, fish are going to be our limiting factor until they get fixed. That's fine. The other things we need to come into this, seaweed, fawaji, kickalc seeds, and native flora. And then we're going to need, I didn't account for the native flora decay, so we are going to need one more station right down here. For the native flora decay. So that's going to come in from right up here. And we will do a little loop-to-loop here. How do I want to do this? Let's actually do it this way. Only native flora can go past. Pull this back. I could actually pull it further back, couldn't I? Doesn't really matter how much sits in this loop. It's always going to be, like, mining it as fast as it can, and a bunch of it's going to spoil. That's just the way this works. And then the rest of this comes through here. Couple inputs there. And then we do need to have also outputs. Guess I can use the same spot for them. For biomass, ironically enough, and for flora spalinin. Okay. So that's all the native flora handling. This needs actually a warehouse in between. Doesn't have to be a warehouse, but it will be a warehouse. And these will be set to only biomass. All right. And then the flora spalinin comes in here. There we go. So this will only ever be a biomass station, and that is a side product. So let's grab that. And this is pretty much what I do everywhere that I have native flora in this railbase, is I have this extra warehouse for it to spoil all the way to biomass, and we only put biomass on rails. We never put flora spalinin on rails. Flora collector. All right. That will be native flora. So what is left for this? Fawaji, kickalcs, and seaweed. Okay. These are all easy to do. Fawaji is always a simple build, and seaweed is super simple in this case. Let's just do seaweed. That and seaweed crop facility. We're not even using one of the complicated recipes. Like, this is just straight up seaweed. That's it. There's our seaweed. And then we will also bring in... There we go. And then I think I'm going to do fawaji on this same belt. Yeah, we'll just output this here. And then fawaji plantations can run here. And then we need a microorganism mine. This one. What did we just finish? Incubator turd. All right, I'll have to look into that and see if any of those seem useful. But yeah, that'll be seaweed and fawaji feeding into this. And then that just leaves the kickalk seeds, right? We're still waiting on fish and fish oil to show up. That's fine. Fish still running. Has fish died again? Fish is still running. And I want to say that this fish egg to fish is like perfectly ratioed. So I don't think we'll ever actually see these spoil to biocrud unless something goes wrong. What I should probably be doing is turning off at least one of these inserters that feeds these machines when the fish is full on this side, right? That way it doesn't just constantly create biocrud, but at this point I have uses for biocrud and biomass, and like it can all get composted, so... But still, burning through filtration media seems wasteful. So maybe I'll figure that out and set those to a threshold so that when fish is less than, you know, 100 stacks or something like that. So on this side, I think I just need the kickalks and their seeds, other than, again, fish and fish oil not quite coming through yet. So let's get that part of the build done. And then that will be the food for our Korlex. And after the food... All right, let's go back to YAFC. After the food, we're going to have this build, which is... this is our basically just our kickalk bootstrap. Like, this makes... Or not kickalks, our Korlex bootstrap. This will just make Korlex into a bin that I can use as modules, basically. So this will be a fairly small build. And then the milk build is also pretty straightforward, actually. So, yeah, I think we're going to be done with Korlex by the time I call it a night tonight, which is excellent. Okay, let's go back to the game, and let's get this kickalk build for food done. The end of the Space Cow arc, I know. This has been a, trying to get to Korlex has been such a big part of my life for so long. I don't know what I'm going to do with myself. Let's pull these a little further back. All right, output of these will all be this way. And then that feeds a nursery, making seeds. This this is a very small number of seeds a second, right? Yeah, like 0.4 seeds a second. Okay. So that'll be that. That can come down here. We'll split it. Where does this input need to be? Here. Output priority right. This side comes right here and feeds the food. Feeds the food. That is a sentence, all right. And then these guys. And then the other thing that this needs is this needs clay. And I have a clay pit in here somewhere. Yes, I do. That will dump right there. Yeah, that should do what I need. And then, oh, I seem to recall the kickalks. The size of these things is unfortunate when it comes to, yeah. All right, that should... Oh, I need to throw some extra kickalks in here to bootstrap the loop. All right, well, aside from us not yet having fish, this is ready to go. So I think I need to go up to base and restock. Otherwise, I'm definitely going to run out of everything while we work on the next parts of the build. So I'm going to go up and do that. And while I'm doing that, Twitch is telling me that it's ad o'clock. So I'm going to let Twitch run ads while I'm just running around base and letting the bots restart my inventory. I do always try to run the minimum amount of ads that I can. Twitch is always going to run some of them. But I always run them in one block every hour so that there aren't pre-roll ads and so that folks aren't constantly interrupted by short ad breaks. And that means you don't have to miss anything interesting. I always try to make sure that I'm doing nothing interesting when the ads happen. So I recommend taking the time to get some water, stretch your legs, take care of yourself as a human being. I will get my inventory dealt with, and then we'll come back and we'll work on the next part of Korlex. I'll see y'all in just a few minutes. All right, thanks for sticking around. Sorry about that. I know I was a little bit longer than the ad break. We still don't have a lot of blue inserters. Niobium died again. I fixed it during the break, the same way that I have fixed it the last several times that it died, which is by making more storage. So this will at least be running again, and we'll start to get more of the niobium plates. And that should get blue inserters running. You seem to remember this coming up before, yeah. I should actually do something about this, but... When I finally take the time to bring rails up here and get rid of all this iron infrastructure and switch to iron and steel from rails, I will also put gravel and stone dumps to rails for the niobium. But right now it's just kind of... Wow, this is starting to mine out too. I mean, not really, but I'm impressed. Because, yeah, the steel production here is not really keeping up with what the mall can consume, and same with even iron, right? When the mall is when things are in high demand, the mall falls over, so... I'm surprised that we're still at 0 available bots, too. Like, we are constantly... But we can get some more of this stuff built. Worst case, I don't have all the inserters that I need for all the rail stations, and it doesn't run smoothly at first, but we should at least be able to see it start up. How is fish before I get over here? Yeah, I mean, it's looping. We're totally backed up on the fish themselves, which is what we expect. This seems like it's working fine. I'm unsure why it failed. I'm pretty sure it must have been biomass, but... And then, yeah, we're going to have to get more fish oil. These guys are... I think not Korlex, Og Slaughter is pretty much always running because I've got blood feeding into the old base for workers' food. So that's, yeah. Wow. I'm surprised. We're, like, out of... All right. So that's pretty much always running. All right, I've successfully kicked the niobium can a little bit further down the road. Well, quote-unquote successfully. Yep, there goes half of the blue inserters that I brought with me. Thank you. A train is stuck. Oh, okay, that's fine. It's just ash. Cool. So I think this build is done. I don't think there's much I can do. Oh. It would help if I actually hooked up the hooked up the input, wouldn't it? Okay, so the next part of this process is the Korlex sort of bootstrap build. Oh, right, and I was talking about centralizing sodium hydroxide. Let's look into that before we move on. Can I not spell? What's the recipe actually called? There we go, saltwater electrolysis. So yes, I do... Here I'm doing it on site for where I make activated carbon. Where else am I doing it on rails right now? I've got 2 down here. And this is for microfiber for... Okay. Yeah, so I do it on site in a couple of places. But I don't want to keep doing it on site because it has 2 byproducts and it's just kind of funky. So I'm gonna do it... I'll just set up a stop for it over here. It should be pretty straightforward to get done. So we'll just do it right here. A good recipe that uses salt. Okay. In pie. Salt and salt accessories. Thanks, game. Salt and slaked lime into hydroxide and limestone. Interesting. Oh, but it needs slaked lime and it outputs limestone. Neither of those are things that I was planning on having on rails. Second to last. Oh, just lime and water, right to slaked lime. Okay, never mind. That's easy. Okay, so then it's just that I have to deal with the limestone as a byproduct. Which I usually make on site for things because you think it's limestone neutral? Ooh, okay. In that case, actually, I guess we can theory craft this, right? So we're going to make hydroxide, and we'll use that recipe. We make slaked lime from the same recipe. We make lime from limestone. We gotta deal with the CO2 as a byproduct, but that's fine. You're right, it's neutral. All right. This is gorgeous. Okay. Sweet. So I will do a very, very small hydroxide build right now then, and we'll switch over to this as soon as we can. Although, yeah, I mean, we always need hydrogen, but chlorine is going to be... I worry about chlorine as a byproduct. I mean, if I look at the places where I'm doing electrolysis on site, Okay, this one ends up using the chlorine, I guess, because zinc chloride? No, we make hydrogen chloride. Okay. Yeah, we can keep it in parallel. Absolutely. Yes, the chlorine ends up in zinc chloride, the hydrogen ends up out, so this doesn't actually generate chlorine at all. So this one is probably the only one that does? Yes. And I somehow doubt I have anything on rails that uses it, so this will eventually back up. So that's something to keep in mind. Although this is just making filtration media, so it's not a very... Well, I guess fish depends on it, so it's semi-critical. But it does look like we're generally successfully getting rid of hydrogen, right? Because this is down to only 2,000 per tank, when each of these is at 22, and this output's 1-to-1. So, yep, we're using the hydrogen for the most part, but not using the chlorine yet. So worst case, I do this, right? This is the absolute worst case for chlorine. There's also this recipe, but I thought there was something better I could do with wastewater at this point. Gravel, water, and chlorine to tailings is not bad. Urea from wastewater, that's right. Tailings... And of course I could just void it with filtration media, but that's... I'm gonna eventually need titanium tetrachloride for something, right? Cumene, this seems important. Yeah, HCl. PPD. What's this? Kevlar. Oh, yeah, that's oh, that's Pi-Sci 2. That's actually not that far down the tech tree before I get to Kevlar. So, and that needs heaps of chlorine. Alright, so I will need some chlorine. Yeah. I'm surprised that I'm not using... In my current bitumen processing... I'm doing something different, I guess, with my... Yeah. I'm doing medium distillates with tin chromium alloy to high distillates. I'm not doing the medium distillates to stripped distillates. Because I don't have a use for stripped distillates right now. And yeah, cumene, methanol, benzene, gasoline. Loaders, yep. I was looking forward to loaders for so long, and then I guess it would save me a lot of blue inserters on all of my train stops if I had loaders outputting every time I needed a full belt, right? But right now... Right now, it's just not really happening. Okay, so yeah, that's something to keep in mind, is that I will potentially need that titanium tetrachloride in oil processing sooner than later, maybe even. Because yeah, just going back up to high distillates, I'm sure is not the most efficient use of everything. Yeah, I saw that. The strip distillates go into, well, benzene and gasoline, which are both just fuel. But also, yeah, methanol and cumene. Both of which I think I'm eventually going to need. Yeah, formamide into Oh, see? Good alien samples. Yep. So I am going to need methanol sooner than later. But we'll get to that when we get to that. That is definitely not today's problem, and if I get lost falling down that theory crafting rabbit hole, I am not going to finish up what I wanted to finish up today. That is unfortunately just how it works. As long as fish are still running. And they are. Looks like they probably got sent to here. Oh, yep, and now we're getting a fish oil delivery. All right. Cool. Let's move on to the next step in this Korlex build. Oh, right. I was making hydroxide. That's what I was doing. I got completely distracted. Let's do that first, because we're going to need it. And because I don't want to deal with the byproducts on... as part of the Korlex build. So yeah, let's just do this right here. This is... there we go. Clean up some of these extraneous... And of course, it comes all the way out to the water. Fortunately, I have a couple thousand landfill. And we're not really going to be building this low. Most of the build will be up here where it's actually land. This is just the grid being where the grid is. All right. So we're going to have fluid drop-off to start with, which is going to be saline water. And actually request it. And then the output of that, how much hydroxide do I need for what I'm doing here? I really only need like one electrolyzer worth. Oh, I don't have an electrolyzer in my inventory, do I? What do I need for you? Lots of stuff. Okay. Let's go find an electrolyzer. Why is this stopped? Uh-oh. Zinc broke. Oh, no, it's not. We just don't have the heavy oil. That's fine. That's expected. We talked about this. Zinc is going to be very slow because we really don't make enough heavy oil for it. All right. So we're going to need... Here, I'll just blueprint this in for now. A couple of electrolyzers. And then outputs, let's get 2 fluid pickups. I also don't have the stuff for more stations, so yeah, we're going to have to do... head back up to base for sure. All right, hydrogen and chlorine outputs. That is chlorine, and apparently I put hydrogen down here. Sure, why not? It's as good a place as any. Okay. And then we are going to need a solid pickup. And this will make us an amount of sodium hydroxide. Apparently 3 a second is what we get. I did not think about this in any sort of ratioed way with any other part of the build. Sodium, especially because we're going to get better recipes. I'm not super worried about this being a forever build. It just has to be good enough. There we go. Just moving that over 1 so that the power poles fit. Okay. I need to go back up to the mall. I need to collect some electrolyzers. And whatever else the bots can give me. And we'll get this done, and then we can keep working on the Korlex. The sodium hydroxide feeds into the Korlex build. I think we're dissolving fish, so that'll be cool. If I'm lucky, I'll have some more blue inserters up here, too. Hey, I have some more blue inserters. Excellent. What do I need for circuits and steel? Okay. What else might I need? Inventory looks generally fine on most things. It's funny, every time I come in and my requests go off, you have the bots not just coming to me, but also the lines and lines of bots that are dispatching themselves to the mall to fill in all of the to rebuild all of the things that end up in my inventory. The bot mall may have been a little bit aggressive at this point in Pyanodons, but I am so committed to it at this point. It has been running for too long. I'm not changing it. It takes 5,000 bots to run it. It takes 5,000 bots to run it. So be it. They build up slowly. They're out of the way of what I'm doing. You know, as long as building all those bots isn't going to eventually be interfering with my science, and I don't think it is, you know, I'm not super worried about UPS on my computer. So we'll just let it happen, and we'll see how it goes. All right, there we go. And then I should make these technically. At some point that won't be true. When I set up separate hydroxide, it'll be removing this from here and adding it to this. Because then it will be, this will be just for making chlorine. And it'll be the hydroxide that's the byproduct that we want to get out of the way. But until I set up the new hydroxide. All right, and at 3 a second, it'll take some amount of time for this to fill up, but that's okay. We have plenty of other stuff that needs to be happening in the base, so. Yeah, these are running consistently. We should have been issued. There we go. We're going to run out of biomass again. It's going to fail in exactly the same way. I'm watching it happen live. Because, yeah, we're not pulling enough fiber, I guess, for this one to have run. Yeah. The recycling one, part of the, or next to the fertilizer build, because I did it all at once. Yeah, I mean, a load of biocrud would get this up over the edge pretty quickly, but who knows when that's coming. So. Oh. Shoot. Well, I'm glad I just saw that. I did set that up, right? I didn't just think about setting that up. I did. I made the thing. Yes, it's right here. Okay, good. And like, yes, it's already... What? Oh. Well, I'm an idiot. That should help a little bit with skin. And that will also be some demand for fiber, which should help a little bit with that whole situation. But yeah, in theory, what are we looking at? Sorry, I'm catching up on what the base has been doing. We should have gotten up here. Yeah. We did get our first delivery of fish oil. Excellent. We still don't have fish themselves. That's okay. I also realized that, yeah, this needs its input priority set. That way this keeps looping. And as this spoils, this will be yet another slow but steady source of biomass into the rail base. If I find my other ones, you know. They... Eventually it spoils. In theory. Interesting. All of the ammonia that I make on location here gets turned directly into... Oh, because I guess ammonia is a quick craft, so I must have decided I was just going to ship urea instead of shipping ammonia. I don't know. Okay, sorry, I'm getting distracted again. Let's... Yeah, hydroxide is backing up. Fish is still a little bit of a bottleneck, and it's gonna be for a little while. But the more stuff I turn on and get running, the more... the more we will be ready to, you know what I could do, actually? Sorry, the more stuff I get running, the more the base turns on, the more we'll have things moving and providing us with the byproducts that we need, like biomass. There we go. That is my thought. What I was thinking here, though, is that we need kick-elk seeds, and for the Korlex themselves, like, is there any reason not to do this as just a couple more stations, or maybe no more stations? Like right here? Like, I want to do milk as its own thing, because I want milk to be, like, scalable. And I want to have it in its own place with its own trains coming through, because it's part of, like, science. But thinking about this, like... This already has 4 requests on it, so I'd need another requester chest for the Tufras and the hydroxide. Maybe it's not worth it. Yeah, I don't think it's worth it. I think I'll just do it separately. And I'm actually going to do it right here. Because I have space here, basically. I think most of those signals look correct now. Because, yeah, this only needs 2 stations, because it's not delivering anything to the rails. It's only getting stuff from the rails. We can actually, we can kind of tuck this in around this corner here where we've got space. All right, so we're going to have a solid drop-off here. And our requests are fish, hydroxide, Tufras, and Korlex food. And yes, having more fish buffering in more places is just going to make things take longer, but... that's okay. All right, that's all of those inputs. And then we're going to have 1 fluid drop-off, which is going to be for acid gas. And then the acid gas pretty much immediately needs to turn into... Yeah. Let's get over here. We're going to have one reproductive complex. And we're going to have one easy squeeze ranch. All right. So this needs water barrels. This needs water barrels and Korlex food. Water barrels and Korlex food. The pups, those are direct insertion. This also needs fish hydrolysate and tuphra seeds, whereas this also needs the tuphras themselves and kickalcs. Oh, this needs kickalcs directly, not the kickalc seeds. Interesting. So yeah, these are slightly different. All right. But we are going to have one belt, which is going to be Korlex food and water barrels through. So let's do that first. And then we'll take out from here. This will be Korlex food. And then on the other side of that, we need water barrels, which are available from a barreling machine. And these are just such small numbers of things per second that it doesn't really matter what kind of inserters we use for any of it. All right. The other thing that we need for the Korlex, their second belt, is going to be the tuphras and the kickalcs. So the kickalcs are just... let's see. Kickalc plantation. And a botanical nursery. We will feed the seeds back in. We will feed in clay, just directly, I guess. Do we need other steam at all in this? No, the only steam is this, so that can be direct too. And then the output of this needs to be like that, that. Output priority right. That. There we go. And then the other side of that is tuphras. Tuphras. All right. And that will feed in pretty much right there. Okay. So that just leaves the output of this, which is going to be Korlex and empty barrels. That's fine. I will take care of those outputs in a second. This one still needs fish hydrolysate and the tuphra seeds. Okay. So fish hydrolysate is made in... I'll do it down here where I have some space, because this is a few buildings. We're going to have a biofactory. It's going to have sulfuric acid input from a chemical plant. Oh, that's big. I forgot how big those were. Okay. think I've got those lined up right. Yeah. All right, water, 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 water. This also needs water in. And the sodium hydroxide, which we will grab also. Oh, the sodium hydroxide and the fish, of course. So this is actually going to be... Korlex food there. Fish. And then we've done this so many times. There we go. So that'll be all of that. And then since this is a couple of the inputs, we're running this thing at very, very small portion of its capacity. So, like, I'm not actually worried about anything there being overly full, but... And then the fish hydrolysate directly into a barreling machine. Speaking of which, that goes that way. What's the other thing that needs to happen? 2 for seeds. Okay. I can do that right here. And that's what this last botanical nursery must be for. There we go. 2 for seeds. And output that here. Through there. Output barrels here. All right. And of course, these barrels are not, like, nicely evenly ratioed. So we're just going to have to deal with the barrel outputs as a whole thing. So, output empty barrels. And then I got to get barrels to both of these machines. Which I don't love. But we'll figure it out. If I take this way, through here, down here, all right, what this is going to say is basically put as many barrels into fish hydrolysate as you can, and then try other things, and then send it to water, which is not necessarily what we want, but it is what it is. It should at least get the job done. And then let's see if we can get everything powered reasonably. Oh, I need more kickalcs to be modules here and to start making the seeds there. Yep. That is fine. That is expected even. And then here, we need to grab a couple of these guys to throw in here. All right. Oh, I need to hook up acid gas. I didn't actually do that. I just thought about it. Oh, wait, no. I brought acid gas partway over. Sorry. I forgot I had started to do that. So yeah, let's take this up here. And then I just have to hook up water, I think. Bop, bop, bop. Okay. So Korlex food is obviously still work in progress because fish are still work in progress. Did fish completely fall over again, by the way? Not completely. It looks okay. We got a little more biomass at some point. That's good. So yeah, this fish build is obviously struggling, but a lot of that is just because stuff is buffering, right? We've got huge buffers of fish oil that have to fill up here and here, wherever it is. Here. Nope. Here. And then on top of that, we also need to bring live fish to this one. Oh, and it got them. This one got fish. This should be on. It doesn't have kick-out seeds. Is that because it's just still bootstrapping itself? I guess it's just still getting itself started here, yeah. Alright, that's fine. I don't know how much longer that's going to take. I can't see this belt up top, but, you know, the seeds have to back up on this belt before they'll, yeah, and they want to hold 30. So it's going to take a little while longer for the seeds to back up on this belt. So I don't think we're necessarily going to see this turn on in the next few minutes or anything like that. But I think we could do milk at this point. I'm assuming that this is going to turn on and work when it gets to that point. It would probably help if I put out a chest for Korlex. There we go. So yeah, in theory, you know, this needs to be delivered fish. We need, oh, this can't even get barrels in it until... Yeah, let's do this. We're definitely going to need... Oh, this uses a whole barrel a second, even at... Wow, okay. I did not fully process how much water barrels these things use. Yeah, these should at least be, like... This doesn't use much of anything, right? No, this is nothing. This one, though, uses... Yeah. Let's, How close are we to getting a Tufra delivery? Probably quite a ways off. They've stopped. We don't have manure bacteria. We don't have manure bacteria because we don't have manure. We don't have manure because I broke this belt and we have not been dealing with the spoilage. Cool. Let's go fix that. And that should drain this whole thing. And it'll end up requesting more manure shortly, although everything that's here is going right into this bin. So I'm going to have to add a rich clay sink to my to-do list sometime soon, too, apparently, because manure spoilage is becoming a thing. I'm curious if this is a problem where I'm making... That's wastewater to urea. This is... Yeah, here we go. Yeah, it's becoming a problem. Okay, we're going to have to deal with rich clay. Okay, well, we'll need a little bit for ground samples, but it's not like we need a million ground samples. To bricks, obviously, is an option. And that's pretty much it. Okay. Yeah, to bricks, and then I guess to stone if we have to, is the thing to do here. I wonder how long this has been just, like, totally stopped, and the Tufras have been doing nothing. I'm so sad. I really wanted to see this system turn on today. Alright. Well, let's get the last build done. Let's get the... Oh, that's fine. Yeah, we don't need to remove that so it doesn't alert me every time I walk past it. Alright, so... If all we have left is Korlex milk, that is Easy Squeeze Ranch, 2 barreling machines, and a water pump. It's so simple. And I have all of those things. Beautiful. So yeah, the inputs to that are Korlex food, Tufras, and fish. And those, along with the empty milk barrels and water barrels, of course it's 5 items, feed into the ranch. Let's grab another trumpet. Am I out of rails? Of course I'm out of rails. Let's go get more rails, and probably gonna need some other stuff too. It's alright, it'll give the base time to figure out what it wants to do with its life. What else do I probably need? It might just be rails. We might be pretty okay in the general case. All right, bots, bring me rails. Yeah, I've got some train stops, I've got signals, I've got the other things that I need. I don't need this one. Shoot. I misclicked. Now I need to wait for all these to end up in storage so I can just grab them back from the bots. Oh no! They're going to charge, aren't they? Oh well, how many did I get back? 42 out of 55. Oh, I can make more. It's no big deal. I'm probably going to need more barrels as well for the Korlex breeder. Just because that's going to be in a place where it really needs to be the way I built it. It needs to be saturated on fish hydrolysate barrels before it will make water barrel. Maybe I should swap it the other way around. But either way, because it's got the two different items that are used in vastly different quantities, one of them needs to be backed up so that the barrels can be looped around properly. Yeah, let's do it this way. Let's do the output priority to the water barrels. But either way. All right, so yeah, these are definitely going to be outputting on the same side of the belt, which is important. Oh, this outputs more barrels per second than that, so let's fix that. And then this one should be okay, right? Yeah. All right. That might back up. I've put too many barrels into loops before, but we'll deal with it. All right. So this is easy. It ends up just being one solid drop-off and one liquid pickup, and everything else is handled sort of internally to the station. So we only need one segment. So this should be asking for more biomass, but nothing is offering it, so we're not getting the delivery. Because there's definitely less than... Yeah, minus 2.2 thousand. Our threshold is 20 stacks, which is 2,000. So this wants more biomass, and it's just not getting it. So yeah, it's going to take a while for this all to stabilize. I think I also might have, yeah, huge amounts of fish buffered up here, which I kind of forgot about. I think this would happily take another delivery at this point, which is funny. Maybe this doesn't need to request 120 or, 6,000 fish or whatever. Yeah, we can make that 100 stacks instead of 120 stacks. There you go. Now it's a positive number, and it won't request anymore. All right, Twitch is saying that it is once again ad break o'clock, so I'm going to let that ad run, and I'll just leave the game running in the background, and it'll make more fish and tufras, because I think those are our two things blocking us. And then when we come back from the break, we'll finish getting the Korlex milk station built up. And then I'm not really sure what the next thing on the to-do list is. We might just do some planning for next time afterwards, spend some time in YAFC and figure out what the next things we need to work on are. But I'll see everyone in just a few minutes, and I appreciate you sticking around through the break. All right. Thanks again for hanging out through the break. I always appreciate it. Okay, let's get some easy squeeze ranches down. Let me figure out what the heck I'm doing here. So our inputs are fish, tufras, and Korlex food. Okay. Solid drop-off right here. Requesting fish. More fish. Tufras. And Korlex food. Alright, that's easy. Next, we need... It's just the water barrels. That's basically it. Okay. let's come on down here where I just did, not that, this one. Let's just grab this. And that's going to be fish and Korlex food. Those are going to come out. We're going to have our Easy Squeeze ranches. And let me actually do this here. All right, so we're going to have one of these. This is going to come out here. And then the next input will be, I've got Tufras and, well, I've got two different barrels. So let's do the Tufras first. So we'll do Tufras here. All right, yeah. So that's Tufra, Tufra, Tufra. Everything else, everything else, everything else. All right. This side, we're going to have an output that is empty barrels and filled milk barrels. And then we're going to have to split those and deal with them. But that'll all come out here. We will fork this. Empty barrels come out. And the empty barrels come out. And they get fed into a barreling machine. As always, I overestimate the size of the barreling machine. I really think it's a 3x2 building. It's not. That'll take water in, and it will spit water barrels out. And then we're also going to have, on the other side, let's actually do it like this. This guy, which will take in the Korlex milk barrels and empty them. And it'll spit out the empty barrels right here. And then that comes right here, feeds in to each of them. All right. These obviously need their modules still because minus, what did I do? Whoops, did I put minus? I did. 30 stacks. Thank you. All right. And then oh, this needs to not be right here because I need space for water to be fed in here. Which, if I'm lucky, yes. Oh, and I have no barrels. Of course I have no barrels. But this is pretty much it, and then I can grow this pretty much infinitely. Yes. Well, not infinitely, but like doubling this is trivial, right? Or even tripling it. So all that is left is grabbing a fluid pickup. All right, there we go. Korlex milk. Except I don't actually have any of the things that I need for it. Tufras should have turned themselves back on, and they did, and they are running. But it's going to take a while before we can get like multiple deliveries of potatoes to the places that need them. Oh, I didn't turn on all the modules. I could make Tufras bigger. They don't need to be bigger, but I could make them bigger. Like, I think this is already oversized for what we're actually going to need steady state. It's just a matter of, again, because rail basing, it takes a while for things to buffer. I could switch my request thresholds and, like, have this whole thing running in smaller quantities on rails, and maybe I should, but I think for most of these things, as soon as they get like, oh hey, speaking of, as soon as they get 1 or 2 deliveries, they're gonna just like stop, right? So I'm not too worried that it's gonna take forever. Where's Korlex food, by the way? What is Korlex food waiting on? We're still waiting on the Kickalk seeds to back up. Okay. And that is getting there. So that's good. So Korlex seeds will start themselves soon. Did I start the Kickalks down here, or are they just kind of sitting idle still? They're just sitting idle still. Okay. Let's, grab some seeds. Ten of them is actually probably enough for down there if it's only running at half speed. But one of these is almost... Oh, I missed an outserter. But also, that's fine because now I can go down there and I have the modules I need. What is this waiting for? All sorts of stuff. Let's get... Oh, this needs to be set to Kickalk seeds. There, there, there. And then these guys will need the Kickalks, Tufras, the pups, and the food. The pups themselves are still waiting on... I should have gotten some fish hydrolysate at this point. Oh, there we go. Is this? Oh, this is me being an idiot again. All right. So yeah, this needs to have enough barrels around for it to, like, back up this fully with... Well, no. I decided I wanted the water one to back up. I don't remember what I decided I wanted. Let's just grab some of these back so I have them for the other build. And then up here, I need to drop off the empty milk barrels. How many does a recipe actually need? 3? All right. I'm not sure if 60 is going to be enough to keep this happy. I might need some more of those in the loop. I guess I can make more. And then water. And then... yeah, it's fine. The fish and the tufras have the same input rate, and the food is low. Yeah. So this is fine doing this way. I'm not expecting any of these to end up, like, inserter limited anywhere. It's all pretty small quantities. Have a good night, Nick, man. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, I think... what time is it? Oh, it's already almost 8 o'clock in my time zone. I should stop playing Factorio and eat some dinner. Is what I... I think that's what needs to happen. All right, I'm kind of sad that we didn't fully see all the Korlex stuff turn on today. I didn't realize... had I realized sooner that fish was screwed up, I probably could have fixed some things, but unfortunately I did not realize that sooner. And I think it's going to take a couple more deliveries of fish to get everything running. And ditto, we need to wait for a couple of deliveries of tufras. I can actually go up there and fix that, though. At least get those modules in there. But yeah, next time we should see whatever milestones we have associated with that trigger. Oh, we might not get one. I don't see... yeah, I don't see one for milk, unless it's under flora and fauna, but usually it's the animal that you get it for. Yeah, there might not be one for the milk. Oh well. I will survive without my gold star. But yeah, next time we need to figure out what the next parts of PyScience 2 that we want to start working on are. Getting Korlex and all the milk going is good, but there is so much more. I think Logistics Science Pack I don't need to look into in too much detail, but like looking up here, we've got Zipir eggs and Yadals that we still need as input to this. We've got sea sponges. And I think most other things are good, but then you also have things like the good alien sample, and this has all sorts of weird dependencies. Shells. I knew shells were in here somewhere, so we do also need Xyphos as well, for shells. So yeah, we're gonna have to get all that stuff going. Formamide is a thing that I haven't even looked at yet, so we're going to need methanol for that. What does DNA polymerase need? This one's not bad, actually. But yeah, there's still a lot to go through before we are definitely fully ready to go. With PyScience 2. So I think next time we need to start looking into Zippiers, Yadals, Sea Sponge, and Xyphos. Those are the remaining, I think, alien life things that I haven't looked at yet. I'm sure we're gonna run into weird things that those need, but that's okay. So yeah, I think next time we got to dive into the other alien life stuff. My experience so far has been that usually it's the like sea sponges here are easy. We just have to get the modules set up for them. We don't need that many of them. And then, sorry, I'm distracting myself. So yeah, well, next time we'll look at the remaining PYAL things, because we're going to have to make sure that those bootstrap, and I have found that alien life almost always brings in interesting surprise dependencies that we're missing. There's a lot of stuff still to build at the scale we need for this 12 science per minute that we don't have built at that scale, right? We've been building a lot of, like, our metals at large scales in preparation for getting to this, but, you know, getting mechanical parts on rails is going to be a huge achievement, right? But that also is going to require circuit boards and batteries, and all of that needs to be built at 12 SPM scale. You know, you can see right now batteries is like, yeah, 0.13. We don't have antimony oxide yet on rails, so we still need to do antimony. Probably a bunch of the other, yeah, duralumin, iron nexylate, special alloy. We need all of the, all of the different alloys and stuff to be on rails and to be available. So there's a lot to do still before we get to PySci 2. But Korlex was a huge milestone. We're in a good place. And I'm looking forward to the next steps. So yeah, thanks very much everyone who's tuned in. I really appreciate it. And thanks very much if you're watching on YouTube as well. If you're watching on YouTube and would like to leave a like or a comment, it does help when the algorithm is given care and feeding. Tomorrow, that's Friday, I'm doing an earlier than usual, well, starting earlier than usual for a little bit of a marathon stream to celebrate 100 YouTube subscribers and to sort of belatedly celebrate hitting affiliate on Twitch. I've got a little bit of a mod pack set up based around Gleba only and everything spoils. So it is going to be absolutely atrocious. It's going to be disgusting. I'm really looking forward to it. So if you're interested in watching me suffer my way through some globastic Factorio, definitely join in for that. And other than that, I think I have nothing else to say, so thanks again, everybody, and I will see y'all next time.